Okay, so welcome guys. This is our fifth and final workshop before the actual TSA this year, 2021. We're just going to jump straight into it. I'm by myself today. Obviously, term at Oxford has started. A lot of people are very busy, but I wanted to be able to do this for you guys before the TSA. Next week is not great either. Next week is Halloween weekend, and that's a party weekend at Oxford, if you will. So anyways, here we go. So today we're going to just review the important dates one more time. We're going to go over test taking skills and advice. We will talk about the section 2 essay very briefly. We'll go over the 2020 homework. So if anyone has specific questions about the 2020 paper that was emailed out, we'll go over that. And then we will also go over the specimen paper that I just emailed out. And after that, we'll have a few concluding remarks. I'll stay behind for a little bit for anyone who has questions. And that will be it. And then we'll leave you guys there for further test review by yourself. So we have 12 days until the TSA, which is pretty crazy because we've been doing this for a while. Obviously, the number of days have been counting down pretty quickly. So this number is going to go down really quick. Use the last days wisely because it's going to come before you know it. On the 4th of October is the TSA. It's going to be administered online. Last week of November, around I think midweek, the interview invitations will be sent out. Second week will be your interview if you are invited. And on the 11th of January is the day that the TSA scores are released. And I believe either the very next day or the same day, the colleges will make their offers. So anyways, spatial reasoning, a quick update. So Cambridge Assessment have confirmed that there will be no spatial reasoning on this year's exam. You guys should know how to do it, but obviously it is one of the more time-consuming types of questions on the exam. So it will be replaced with other questions. You'll still have 25 problem-solving questions, hopefully, assuming that we accept that spatial reasoning questions were the ones that took the most amount of time. This is an advantage for applicants like you. Quality over quantity, and I can't say this enough. If in your mind you think that doing the most amount of practice questions is going to help you improve your score, then clearly you haven't learned much from these workshops. This is not the best way to improve your scores. And if this were the case, then people would do the same thing for, let's say, the SAT or the LSAT or for other standardized tests. They just do as many questions as they could, but that doesn't really give you the returns that you're looking for. You should be looking at the things that you get wrong. And, in my last email, I asked you guys, I said, is anybody kind of getting less than 75% on their test? And some people replied to me, they said, yes, but here's exactly what I'm doing wrong. These specific question types are my weaknesses. And I haven't replied to all the emails yet, but that's exactly what you need to be doing. You need to be figuring out the exact type of question that you're not doing well on. So for example, the identify a flaw questions, right? And you should dedicate your time to figuring out why you're getting those wrong. So for example, for the incorrect critical thinking questions, what I recommend doing and what I find helpful to myself is writing an explanation on why, A, B, C is not the right answer, or E, and then write why D is the correct answer. So when you write yourself an explanation, and for example, you say A is not the right answer because it's actually supporting the conclusion, it's not a flaw, or something like that. And then you kind of explain to yourself, you talk to yourself about why the answer is right or wrong. Not only does that help you prepare for interview, because during interview, you're going to be asked to do basically the exact same thing, right? During interview, the tutors are going to ask you, hey, like, why is this wrong? Why is this right? Why is this a better answer than the other answer? And if you kind of get stuck on that, it's going to be hard for you to answer. So stress management. Some people email me saying, well, we did a mock exam, or during a school mock exam, I found it to be much different than when I'm doing it at home. obviously, right? And you have to come to accept that. And I understand that a lot of people aren't from America. In America, in our high school system, it's test after test after test. It's just, every day is just bubbling A, B, C, D, E, right? That's how we assess. Whereas maybe in the UK or international schools, you guys aren't as used to that. So I think you just have to accept the fact that the TSA will be challenging. And I still remember taking the TSA. I've taken the TSA in test conditions more than once. And every time you read it, you're just like, oh, wow, like I've never seen these questions before. To state the obvious, obviously you've not seen the questions before. And they're nothing like the practice questions you've been doing. You just have to keep calm, and you really do have to have good strategy, which I'll talk about on the next slide. But there's other things you can do as well. I would stop discussing TSA with your peers, your parents, your friends, or going on the student room and seeing what everyone else is doing for the TSA review. There's only so much of that that's going to benefit you, right? And I think for me personally, that just stresses me out, right? When I read about how other people are reading 10 books to prepare, or how other people are getting low scores or high scores, that's not going to help you prepare for your exam, right? So focus on you. No TSA prep the day before, or maybe even 2 days before. If you don't know the TSA by 2 days before the exam, you're not going to know it for the exam. Does that make sense? So whatever you know already, that's what you know. And I really think that practicing the day before the exam is counterproductive. I think what you should do is just relax, read a book, think about something else. Don't do TSA the day before. Cramming the day before is probably going to undermine you even more. Finish on a strong note and leave it there. 10 hours of sleep the night before. Do not stay up the night before. And again, that follows from don't do TSA the day before. On the test day, eat breakfast, right? Like wake up at a normal time, eat breakfast, wear comfortable clothing. I know a lot of people that I know who took the test said that they're freezing in the room. It's winter time, right, in the Northern Hemisphere. So wear comfortable clothing, bring earplugs if you guys don't like the sound of clackety keyboards from other people. These are all things you can do to better focus on test day. Time management. Every question on the TSA is worth the same. So it really disappoints me when people are like, oh, I spent like 5-6 minutes on this question and I still got it wrong, right? Like, don't sacrifice time that you could be spending on other questions doing a question that you find difficult. You should know by now which questions are easiest for you, right? So for example, like critical thinking is better than problem solving, but within critical thinking, do you find a specific type of question to be easier than the rest, right? So you should kind of have a hang of that by now. The test is 90 minutes, and let's say the teacher starts the test at 9:30, then you should know that the test is going to finish at 11 o'clock, right? So you should be keeping track of time yourself. There's obviously the time toolbar at the top of your screen, which is an advantage for taking the test on the computer. And if you think about it, if you do all the easy questions first in the first half, then with 45 minutes to go, so halfway through, you should have logically completed more than 25 questions, right? If you're completing less than 25 questions, you're already falling behind. With 10 minutes to go, my recommendation is to go back and get right like 2 or 3 questions, right? At that point, it's not worth it to go through and try to get every single remaining question correct. Just go and finish the last 2 or 3 questions that you think that you think you have a good chance of answering. And 2 minutes ago, I recommend guessing. Well, actually, you need to guess. Don't, it's not me recommending, you need to guess, right? Like anything you haven't answered, go and guess. And by guessing, I also mean like, let's say you worked on question 25 and you narrowed it down to A or B, but you didn't have time to go back and really think about A or B again. Just guess A or B, right? At that point, it's not worth it to risk any other thing. You gotta guess. And don't feel bad about guessing. Like guessing is not a bad strategy. 1 out of 5 chance is better than no chance, right? Scratch paper. So with the exam being on the computer, scratch paper is so important, right? Check with your test center, see how it works. But most of the time, the test center is giving you paper. You can bring your own paper as a backup, right? Use as much scratch paper as you need. And I think the first thing that you need to do with scratch paper is you got to write the question number you're working on, right? So question 21, make a big circle, write it really big on the maybe at the top right of the paper. This way, later on, let's say you don't solve question 21 and you need to come back to it. Well, you don't want to be like flipping through the pages and trying to find where 21 was. You want to check the top right number and figure out exactly where it is. You also want to write down the question choices on the paper. That's because you can go and let's say you write A, B, C, D, E, and then immediately you know it's not A, D, or E, you cross it out. And even if you don't manage to solve the question the first time, later when you come back, you don't have to start again with your work, right? You can know where you left off. You can also use symbols to, you can use symbols to remind yourself of which questions need to be reviewed later, right? So which questions, let's say to review first, to review second, you can determine a good symbol system for that. So for example, like you can put like 2 X's for a very difficult question that you might want to save for the end. Put 1 X for something that maybe you were confused by, but you want to go back to first if you have time at the end, right? And also use scratch paper to help narrow down the information. This year, you can't cross out information on your screen, obviously. So what you can do is just copy down the most relevant information onto your scratch paper, and that will help you better keep track of your thoughts. Okay, section 2 essay. This does not apply to E&M who only need to do the multiple choice question, right? The university wants serious attention to the question asked. So that means you have to stay on topic, and it means you need to actually address what is being asked. You can't go off topic, and you know, the questions they ask are quite specific, right? The questions they ask aren't like, tell us about a time you faced a challenge, right? That's not the question. They're going to ask you things like should scientists be in government? Should we have more scientists in government? Or you know, is abortion and infanticide the same thing? It's very, very specific. You need to have good and well-argued content. So what that means is your arguments need to be relevant, the arguments need to be developed, and they need to be properly analyzed. Objections to be anticipated or met, or at least acknowledged. That's really important. You know, the university specifically tells you that you should acknowledge objections. Objections are counter arguments to what you're saying, right? So for example, let's say we're talking about, I don't know, privacy regulations for online browsing, right? Like we should encrypt WhatsApp, we should encrypt Facebook and Instagram, and we should keep it all private. And then the objection would probably be, well, it makes it harder for us to track crime or terrorism or something like that. And you need to acknowledge that. You need to acknowledge that there's other perspectives. And you might say something. You might say something like, oh, well, you know, fighting crime is about balance. And sometimes it's about protecting liberty over safety, right? Or something like that. And you have to make sure that you're putting that into your essay somewhere. It also needs to be concise and structured. And I can't stress this enough, right? Like, the number one most important thing is definitely going to be the conciseness of it all, right? You have 30 minutes. And of that, do you see on the screen, there's no minimum word count. And actually the maximum is 750. 750 is really, really short, right? When universities are asking you to write 2,000, 3,000 word essays as a minimum for homework, 750 is very, 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 very short. The biggest mistake you can make is rambling, right? Like, it's not being concise. It would be better for you, I'm not even exaggerating, it would be better for you to write like 15 sentences and just write like sentences. That's what this essay is about. It's about being concise, it's about expressing your thoughts, and it's about doing it in as few words as possible. And don't forget that, you know, why are we mentioning this 12 days before the exam? Because you either know how to write an essay or you don't. And section 1 is something that remains far more important than section 2. That's why they cut it out for E&M, right? Because there's other ways to gauge somebody's ability to write, such as your personal statement. than the Section 2 essay. The Section 2 essay isn't even marked by isn't even marked by Cambridge assessment. So they don't send a score over to your tutors. They literally just send your essay over, as is. Your college tutors will mark it. And based on previous years, you've seen that the tutors actually mark, like they have their own individual marking systems per college. There were some colleges that just ranked the essays. They marked the essays as good, average, or bad, right? So just three possible scores. There were other colleges that marked them based on the British scoring system, right? Like out of 70, like 75, 72, 70, 68, whatever. So each college has their own system. And what that tells you is that it's not really like a shortlisting criteria, right? Like you're not going to get delisted because your essay is not as really great as other people. By all means, write a good essay, but don't think that the essay is going to be the most important part of the exam. It isn't. Out of the 30 minutes you have, I recommend 10 minutes of outlining and brainstorming and 20 minutes of actually writing. And this year it isn't even writing, right? This year it's what do you call it? It's typing. So most of you are pretty good at typing. That is going to save you a significant amount of time. And with the typing, you can move things around. You can sort of move your thoughts around more easily. That is something that you can use to your advantage. Read the question carefully. And I'm going to actually just talk about that on the next slide. In 2018, here's one of the questions. And let's go over this question together, okay? The question says, let's see, should journalists only be allowed to follow their profession if licensed to do so, like medical doctors? So let's get somebody to talk about their, like Sam, can you talk about what your initial thoughts are when you read this question?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the first thing that comes to my head maybe is kind of danger to freedom of the press. If you had some kind of issue with regulators determining what good quality journalism is, you might stifle certain political thought.
Okay, perfect. So freedom of the press. You talked about regulation, right? Does anyone else have any other thoughts about just the way the question is phrased, which is a very important part of answering the question? Like you really want to, Risha, can you talk to us about sort of the phrasing? There is a way that the question is written, right? Like why is the question not, should journalists be allowed to practice journalism, right? There's a specific reason why they wrote it the way they did. So Risha, can you talk to us about it?
Yeah, so I think firstly, like just the word should, like it implies some sort of like moral value. Like is there a moral value in journalists having licenses? And also by giving the example of medical doctors, I think they are trying to distinguish like what about a license that a medical doctor has really should be applied to journalism as well.
That's great. And can anyone maybe talk about the follow their profession aspect of this question? So we kind of talked about should, we talked about the allow, right? So Sam kind of touched upon what allow is, and then what not allow looks like, right? Regulation. And then Risha talked about comparing to medical doctors, right? Because medical doctors are very strictly licensed, and we kind of understand in society that they're very heavily regulated. They need education, things like that. Jian, can you maybe talk about the follow their profession?
Yeah, so I mean, there are a lot of channels these days, social media accounts also, and even student organizations that come out with news portals, etc. So I think that is behind the follow their profession. That is only journalists should be allowed to follow their profession, and not some student organization or anybody else which crops up, suppose an Instagram page about news.
Yeah. So Risha, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, so I also think like maybe follow their profession kind of also implies like some sort of like maybe criminal annotation to it, like in the sense like if a license is not given or if they go against the tenets of a license, then they shouldn't be allowed to follow their profession, or should like the license should be taken away. So there's some sort of like penalty attached to it almost.
Oh, sure, right. I mean, obviously there would be a penalty if someone needed a license but weren't licensed. I think something I felt when I heard follow their profession was, what does that actually look like, right? Because I think Gian kind of talked about that, is that like if I take a picture of the police, for example, right, is that, and I post it on my Instagram, is that considered journalism, right? Or if I'm a student journalist and I type up a quick article about my school, is that considered journalism? Or is journalism only when you cover certain topics? Does it mean you have to work for a media organization? Does it mean that does it apply when you're part of a large group? So there's a lot of questions, right? And we've look at that. We've already spent like 3-4 minutes just talking about what the question means, and you really want to understand the question. Now we want to sort of think about arguments for or against, and then you see that I wrote it kind of here. This is like the body area, right? Can we kind of think about like whether we want to argue for or against here? So does anybody have any arguments for that they'd like to talk about? Maybe, yeah, Anuli, please.
I mean, an argument for could be the way some journalists like obtain their information or sources can be really harmful or dangerous to the person they're pursuing. And I guess I think that's why the question has paralleled it with medical doctors, because obviously any mishap in the medical field results in harm to a person. So this could be like any mishap in the journalist field, perhaps when obtaining information or falsely reporting could have harmful impacts on the person they're reporting on. So that's why they need to be bound by license.
Exactly, and this is sort of that's a perfect view. And if you think about it, like, I like how you connected it to the medical doctor side of things, right? Like doctors have insurance, doctors have medical malpractice insurance. They have, and you don't necessarily need to have known that. These questions aren't meant to test whether or not you know licensing procedures for doctors. This is about sort of understanding the types of, the theme here is the rigor that goes into licensing for medical doctors. So Newly talked about how sometimes journalists go too far, right? Journalists wiretap people's phones. They go and write fake information about people that they're researching. They defame or slander people. Who's going to hold them to account, right? So perhaps that's one of the arguments. Diana, do you have any arguments for or against?
Yeah. My argument was for. I was thinking of there's obviously a lot of fake news on the internet. I'm sorry. Yep. So it's very hard to regulate that because there's so many news sources and you don't need a license to operate. So that could be an argument in favor of that, because if everyone needed a license to practice, you could make sure that there's not as much fake news out there.
Yep. And that's actually, and then I think I would in my mind instantly respond to that with, well, who gets the license, who gets to determine what is and what's not fake news? And that's actually, you're arguing against yourself, right? And that's a good thing, because that's exactly what this part is, right? So for example, if you mention like an argument against, saying, okay, well, we need to stop fake news, and we need to reduce the amount of fake news. Maybe the analysis on why that argument fails is, assuming that you think that argument fails, then the analysis on why it fails would be sort of along the lines of, well, who gets to determine what is fake and what's not? We see that some governments are propagating fake news themselves. How can you trust governments to stop fake news, and how can you prevent it from being politically charged, and so on and so forth? Augustin, do you have a?
Yeah, I was actually thinking that it might be interesting to mention that when you're a professional journalist, you actually have this power to manipulate the public opinion, which is quite an important power that is conferred to you. And I think it should be regulated. You can't easily manipulate the minds if you're someone very clumsy in what you say and what you do. So you should be licensed to be a journalist for that.
I love how we're coming up with so many arguments with the for side. Do we have any arguments against Risha and then Fasai?
Yeah, so I think the first argument against would be that journalism as such is to kind of spread awareness on topics. So say, for example, topics that maybe aren't well known by the general public, but affect one community specifically. Requiring a license to talk about it would present a barrier to entry, and therefore have low amount of coverage on that topic,
Sure.
which would disproportionately affect communities which say can't afford the training that would go behind getting a license.
Sure. And maybe just one last argument from Fasai, either for or against.
I think I'd have an argument against. I'd say having a license requires you to like say what journalists are allowed to say, what they aren't allowed to say. Sometimes there are issues that we don't know about. Sometimes those issues might not be like brought forth to the public. So I guess that could be an argument against, in that you can't really like precisely say what's allowed and what's not allowed. And even if you can identify, for example, like the fake news you mentioned earlier, it's still really hard to like determine the parameters.
Yeah, so there's sort of this difficulty in determining who can get a license and who cannot, whereas perhaps in the medical field, so again, we need to bring this into the medical doctor side of things, right? Medical doctors have to complete very clearly prescribed education. They need to be educated. They need to pass a test. They need to do whatever. And then these are sort of commonly accepted things. So anyways, we've kind of come up with our arguments already, and we've come up with counter arguments. We need to have an introduction, right? So an introduction is, I think, like 3 or 4 sentences. Again, in an essay of 750 words, maybe your introduction is just 2 or 3 sentences. And your introduction is something that will captivate your audience and introduce the subject and perhaps make clear like what side you're going to be arguing on, right? So sometimes I like to introduce it with a current event. So I think PPE you guys should know about current events about the media, for example, right? This is why you read The Economist, you read online news beforehand. For example, you might introduce it with the fake news aspect of it, right? You say, in our world today, we seem to be surrounded by fake news. Anybody can write whatever they want and influence the minds of other people. Some would argue for the regulation of the press by licensing journalists. However, I will explain why this is dangerous and a slippery slope and infringes on press freedom, period. And that's it. And that's your introduction, right? Does anybody want to give a stab at a sort of an introduction? Maybe Abdullah?
So yeah, I was just thinking maybe for me personally, I would probably talk about a case, so like a legal case or something, for example. So I'd say relating to media, obviously. So I'll talk about maybe Ryan Giggs. So I don't know if you've heard about his case or not. So the media, basically paparazzi, they basically infringed on his individual freedom, and they basically like found out he was sleeping with his brother's wife, and it basically ruined his life. So I'd be like, well, obviously journalists right now, they're protected by, like, I don't know, they're sort of by laws that, you know, that journalists are covered by, but is like, do they abuse that law? Do they abuse it to an extent where like it affects people's lives? And is this right? Is this moral? If you get what I mean.
I think that might be sort of an argument in favor or an argument against. And I think to avoid making your introduction too long, because you've had to explain that case, right? And that's not sort of perhaps it's widely known in some spheres, but I never heard of that. And you want to keep your introduction as captivating and almost like sort of top level as possible, right? Before you dive into the content of it all. So for example, in your case, you might say, journalists have been known to infringe on the privacy of the people they're reporting on by wiretapping them, by taking photos without their consent, by slandering and defaming them, by, violating the law. and therefore they need to be blah, 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 blah. And then in one of the later paragraphs, you might mention, well, here's a great example of what I'm talking about, this case with this man who was found to be sleeping with his brother's wife, whatever that may be, right? So, so introductions really need to be top level. Otherwise, you're going to be dragged down very quickly. You know, introductions are just a way to remember, like, pretend this reader didn't know the question. The reader pretend they didn't know that the prompt was, should journalists only be allowed to follow their profession? You need to introduce what the question is without sort of mentioning the question word for word. That makes sense. Does anyone else want to give a quick stab at an introduction, and then I'll move on? No? Okay. Risha?
Yeah, so even if I say like something for it, then I would say
Okay.
that you know, in a world populated by flat earthers causing large-scale riots, there is a requirement to regulate the media and regulate what gets out on the public forum, and licenses provide the an institutional way of doing that. So
Sure. Okay. So yeah, I think that's good. I think you just have to be ready to back up your argument. Remember, like, whatever you're arguing, like, let's say you argue in favor of it, you need to be prepared to offer a, you know, a very substantial and very sort of well put together argument past that, right? Like, you can't just introduce it and then not support it later. So be sure that you don't necessarily have to believe in what you're writing in, but you have to make sure that you're ready to support it, if that makes sense. You know, don't write something that's way too outrageous and then, you know, later say that, you know, for example, you say, well, journalists should actually be punished if they're not licensed or something. You got to be ready to defend that later. Let's see here. We should also define any words that may be unclear or ambiguous. So what that means is, you, in like the first paragraph or shortly sort of in the introduction, you want to talk about any words that are a little bit ambiguous. In this passage, I think the only phrase that's sort of ambiguous is maybe like medical doctors and follow their profession. That's my opinion. I think those are the unclear phrases. So you might quickly, using like 2 or 3 sentences, say, you want to further introduce it, right? For example, like doctors are required to be licensed in a very strict process. They need a minimum education, they need minimum training, and they are licensed by a government body with the advice of private institutions like a doctor's organization or something like that, right? And you might also want to define follow their profession. So following your profession means practicing your profession. What exactly does that look like for journalists? Well, it could be anything. It could be posting on the internet. It could be taking a photograph at an official event. And then maybe you want to acknowledge that word, follow their profession, has a very sort of broad connotation, right? And that can actually help you with the argument against, or it can help you with the argument for. It just depends on how you swing it, right? If it's the argument against, you might say, well, the fact that follow their profession is so generic supports my argument that we can't regulate, that this is impossible to regulate, right? That journalism is so broad that it's impossible to say, like, this is licensed, this is something that needs to be licensed, this is something that doesn't need to be licensed, you know? So, Augustine?
But if it actually uses the words follow their profession, doesn't it imply that it's not that broad actually, and that it's only someone who's actually a professional journalist, who's studied journalism and who's licensed to do so because it's his profession, it's not just his hobby or his by the side occupation, you know? Do you think we should take that broad perspective on journalism?
Well, that's great thinking, but I think a lot of people would disagree what profession means, right? Like, I think, for example, like, do you think everybody in the world would agree that someone could only have one profession, right? So does that mean, like, you know, a part-time journalist? Also, does a professional journalist have to work for a news organization, for example, right? There's a lot of people who call themselves journalists that I wouldn't agree are journalists, right? Like, for example, people who think that writing making their own website and talking about something means journalism. Maybe I disagree with that. So that's what you just talked about is exactly what you need to clarify, right? If you think it's so obvious, then write it down. Write it down that we are only talking about professional journalists. We're talking about people who claim journalism to be their profession. Don't make any assumptions. Assumptions should be put into the essay. That would be a great way to actually satisfy what I'm saying here, which is to define any words that are possibly ambiguous. Don't make assumptions on behalf of your reader. And remember, like, your arguments should be clear to anybody reading it, not just somebody who understands what a profession is or understands what a journalist is. Just the word journalist actually is very sort of broad. So anyways, I think we'll move on. I just want to make it clear that actually, before moving on, the part where it says argument in favor plus analysis, 750 word essay. We're talking about one sentence arguing in favor and maybe like 3 more sentences and analyzing it. And that's it. And your argument in favor, the first sentence should introduce exactly what you want to talk about, right? Don't beat around the bush. You don't have enough time or words for that. So if you think about your essay, if I read your first topic sentence, right? If I read your first introduction sentence, and then I read the first sentence of every paragraph. So the first sentence, argument in favor, argument against, plus the whatever. If I just read the first sentences, I should be able to kind of get a full essay, if that makes sense, right? Like get a mini version of your entire essay. So you want to make sure that the first sentence of your arguments in favor, these individual paragraphs, that they are clear on their own. So I already gave you my introduction. That it would be risky to regulate the profession. Argument in favor. Okay, so my argument in favor is argument in favor means argument in favor of my position, right? Argument in favor of, sorry, that wasn't clear. Not necessarily argument in favor of the question. It's argument in favor of your position. So my position is that no, they should not only be allowed to follow if licensed. Maybe the first thing I talk about is the fundamental need for press freedom, right? I'll say press freedom is a fundamental tenet in our democracy. Any attempt to regulate or license it would be dangerous. And then I might talk about how in Russia, they tried to silence the opposition. And I'll further analyze it by saying laws in certain countries like America, they're not even allowed to regulate the press, right? Like they have First Amendment, you can't regulate the press because it's so important. And then maybe the third sentence in that paragraph would be people deserve the freedom of expression and journalism is just an extension of our natural right to express ourselves. Okay, then you move on to the second paragraph. Second paragraph in favor maybe is, maybe I would argue the licensing should not be done by the government, that the government sort of has an incentive to silence people that disagree with them, that a lot of the reporting we do today is political in nature and against the government, and the government may not want that scrutiny. And then my analysis would be sort of like, it's precisely that reason that we should not regulate this profession, that this profession is meant to be open, is meant to be, it's meant to be accessible, and it's meant to be open to anybody. And that licensure would create hurdles that certain people couldn't get across. I think Risha talked about it earlier, like if you impose minimum education, minimum sort of criteria, a lot of people won't be able to participate. And then I would acknowledge the argument against, right? The argument against would be, well, similar to medical doctors, journalists may be able to harm people, and this should be acknowledged, and that's why we need licensing. And then you analyze why that fails. So maybe I'd say, well, look, we have ways to hold journalists to account. It's called a court, and there have been many cases where journalists have been sued for false information, and they've been punished for it, right? And then we've had news agencies that have been shut down, and that sort of, it's very different to talk about medical doctors who literally have people's, heart beating lives in their hands versus journalists who are just doing their jobs. And we may disagree on what actually harms a subject of a journalistic investigation, but we don't disagree that medical doctors are literally have people's lives in their hands. And then the conclusion is if time allows, right? A conclusion may just be summarizing what you've said and packaging it up in a nice way. For example, saying, well, it would be damaging to the freedom of democracy. In our modern society, there's no room for licensure or restriction of the press. And there's a reason why doctors are licensed and journalists aren't. And that's it. And then you just leave it there. And my point is, please do not write too much. It really is a short essay. It's one sentence in favor, 3 sentences of analysis. That's it. If you write too much, if you start getting too in depth, if you need to start explaining what you're talking about, for example, like I think the case earlier that was mentioned, cases are good, but when they require way too much explanation, you're going to be doing yourself a disservice, right? If you have to spend 4 sentences explaining what a case was, it might not be the best case. Maybe you just want to mention like a generic example. You can even remove the case from it, right? So instead of mentioning a specific example of a journalist invading someone's privacy, you can just mention sometimes, you can just mention, we've seen frequently that journalists invade people's privacy, period, and then go on from there. Okay. Question from Zara, and then we'll move on. Sorry, I think we're running a little bit behind. Zara?
If you don't have a conclusion, would that penalize you in the exam?
Absolutely not. And a lot of people, if you don't even realize, like they completely run out of time before they even reach their conclusion. So the test stops, it cuts them off mid-sentence, and they look silly because the tutors are going to read their essay and they're missing a bunch of sentences at the end or something like that. It's better to just simply write what you want to write. Don't focus on writing a conclusion. Just make sure that what you've written in the time that you have is cohesive. And the tutors are really interested in seeing that you can introduce an argument and present very sort of cohesive, concise arguments and analysis for and against. That's the most important thing, just be able to express yourself, because that's what you're going to do during the course, right? During PPE, during E&M, you're just going to be writing all the time. You're going to be writing why something is and why something isn't. And if you're rambling and stuff like that, it's going to make them nervous. Risha?
Yes. So when you introduce a point, like suppose you introduce 2 or 3 claims, do you have to counter argument each of those claims, or just a general counter argument or one counter argument is enough?
That's a good question. Personally, I would not. You don't have space to counter argument each one. And why go and sort of undermine yourself at every step, right? You should be focusing on captivating your audience and then making a final sort of one argument against, acknowledging the biggest argument perhaps against. That is sufficient. I'm getting that sort of from what the Oxford tutors themselves say. And if you, for example, go on YouTube, you watch the videos from Jesus College, they do tell you that the arguments against should come at the end. They shouldn't be every single paragraph. Like, for example, argument in favor. Okay, well, I don't know, argument in favor of the yes side would be, oh, journalists could harm people. And then immediately in that paragraph, you kind of undermine yourself. That's not the best place to do it. So keep it short, keep it concise, and use one argument against. Quality over quantity, right? One argument against is better than 3 kind of crappily put together arguments against earlier on in the paragraph. You really want to just focus on the biggest arguments against, okay? All right. Again, I really can't stress enough, guys. Just keep it short, keep it simple, and remember, it's at most it's a 20-minute typing exercise. It's not a fully fledged essay. It's just how you can organize your thoughts. That's why I said you got to spend 10 minutes organizing. Organize. Just write the tree. Write your topic sentences. Write the introduction sentence out. Structure it first. You don't want to be typing and then later reorganizing everything. That's just going to be wasting time, right? measure twice, cut once. Okay. All right. Okay. Critical thinking. We've been over this already. If you guys need review, please go and watch the workshops. I don't know if there's much more I can say about the critical thinking. We've kind of gone over them pretty rigorously. If you're finding that there's a specific type of question that you're having trouble with, I would go back and really watch the workshops one more time, write out the explanations that you need to write out for why you're getting these questions wrong. And worst case scenario, email me, we can talk about it, okay? Problem solving. So I hope you guys are picking up on the patterns of problem solving, right? There's a lot of different styles of questions. A lot of them about calculating time. We know the sums without going over the total, right? The sums would be like, I have a voucher that's 19p, I have the 12p and 7p voucher. How can I get, you know, X number of vouchers without going over 100p? That's adding, right? Adding and subtracting. Very simple, but it's time consuming. There's a lot of them about percentages, proportions, ratios. I hope you guys understand how percentages work, right? It's one number over the other, you divide it. They ask you a lot about percentage increase. So oftentimes I have a chart. They say, in what year was there the greatest percentage increase from year to year? You might have to look at a graph and say, what was the largest proportion on this graph? Obviously, then you're looking for the biggest pie proportion. You're looking for the highest bar graph, stuff like that. There's interpreting charts and data. So this is where you have to like eliminate irrelevant information. A lot of them, and I think the simplest ones for me at least, are the ones where it's like, I'm looking for A, but not B, C, but not E, D, E, but not F. This comes up in a lot of different formats, but usually it's something like, for example, I'm gonna give an award to the student who got more than 70% on all his exams, you know, missed less than 3 sessions of class, had the highest grade on this particular assignment or whatever, and or like a more recent one was like, you know, Tom was buying a computer. He wants a computer with at least 15-inch screen, at least 2 gigabytes memory, but he doesn't want to spend more than £1,000, right? And all you have to do is just like, literally, you just got to cross out, you got to cross out what's not right. Those should take you like 30 seconds. So I think those are the quickest problem solving questions. And then there's the satanic questions. These are the ones that are really like, really difficult, right? Because they're challenging and they're time consuming, but they're not impossible. Those are things where if I gave you the question, I said, well, you have 20 minutes to solve it, you could probably solve it. But if you encounter these questions, just remember, like, they're probably best saved for the end, because every question you see here is equally weighted. And if you waste your time trying to solve a question that is one of these satanic questions, you're going to be screwing yourself. Okay. Let's go over the BMAT 2020 paper. I hope you guys did the assignment. Actually, let's take a quick break. Can everyone just tell me where you guys applied? Maybe we'll go around one at a time. Diana, well, can you just say your name, where you applied, and what subject?
Hi everyone, I'm Diana. I'm applying for PPE, and I applied to New College.
New College, oh great, fantastic. New College is beautiful. It's actually very close to Merton, and New College has a great bar, actually. Very cheap drinks.
There you go.
Risha?
Oh, sorry. Hi, everyone. I'm Rasha. I'm from India. I have applied to PPE at Christchurch.
Fantastic. Yeah, Christchurch is very,
It has a
very
reputation,
competitive.
I've heard.
Sorry?
I said I've heard it has a reputation.
It does have a reputation. Very, very much so too. Yeah, not necessarily a bad reputation, and it is very diverse. It is what you make of it, for sure. Yeah. Okay, Zara.
My name is Zara, and I applied for PPE at Balliol.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. Sam?
I am Sam. I've applied to PPE at Jesus College.
Great, fantastic. Abdullah?
Yep. Hi, my name's Abdullah, and I'm probably the only person not applying to PPE. I'm applying for land economy, which requires TSA Section 1. That's why.
At
yeah.
Cambridge, right?
Yeah, Cambridge. I'm applying at
Right.
Selwyn College.
Selwyn, okay. Isn't that the one that used to be only women?
Yes, but they
Right.
changed it.
Right. Okay, fantastic. And Anuli?
Hi, I'm Anuli. I'm applying for PP at Worcester.
Worcester. All right, fantastic. Adam?
Hi, I'm Adam. I've applied for PP at Magdalen College.
Magdalen. Wow. My room this year overlooks Magdalen. I have a direct view of it. And the Magdalen clock tower goes off 4 times an hour, every hour, 24 hours a day. It's pretty crazy. But it's such a beautiful college, and I think you're gonna like it. Anna?
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm applying for PP at St. Anne's College.
St. Anne's. Wow. Okay. Gian?
Hi, I'm Jian. I've applied for PP at Lincoln.
And Lincoln. Okay. Fantastic. Yeah, Lincoln has this beautiful wall of red leaves every autumn. It's great. And the Princess of Belgium is currently studying at Lincoln. Austin? Sorry, Augustin.
Hi, I'm Augustin. I'm from France, and I made the very original choice of applying to PPE at Balliol.
Great. Okay. So again, Zara there. Anchal?
Hi, I'm Anchal, and I'm applying for economics and management I did an open application.
Open application. Okay, interesting. Emma Higginson?
Hi, I'm Emma, and I applied for economics and management at Worcester College.
Worcester. All right. We have 2 Worcesters. All right. Fasai?
Hi, I'm Fasai. I applied to E&M at Merton.
Fantastic. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you at Merton. Honestly, Merton is really fantastic, and I think I just appreciate the fact that Merton has a smaller student body. Every year it's about 90 students, and it's just a well put together place. It's a great location. If you're doing E&M, your economics lectures will be like 2 minutes away from college. It's just such a convenient location. And Tina?
Hi, I'm Tina, and I'm applying for PP at Merton College.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, we have 2 Mertons. Great. All right. So I think we have 4 people doing at Merton. Okay. Siham?
Hi, I'm Siham, and I'm applying for economics and management at St. Hilda's.
St. Hilda's. Okay, right. You're across the river on the other side. St. Hilda's is a beautiful new building, and they have a lot of music programs there too, like concerts at their Jacqueline Dupre music hall. We have Asfand.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. I'm applying to PPE, but I made an open application.
Open application. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And we have Michelle.
Hi, I'm Michelle, and I'm applying to economics and management at Exeter College.
Exeter. Wow. Okay, fantastic. Exeter has the best view of the Radcam. It has this balcony. I took my photos there, and it's a gorgeous college. Yeah. With a great dining hall too. Emma Repston, finally.
My name's Emma, and I'm applying to PP at Balliol.
Balliol. Okay, I think we have 3 Balliols then. Fantastic. Yeah, Balliol is a very oversubscribed college, so there's a very good chance that you will be moved to a different college. Same with Christchurch, Balliol, Brasenose, Magdalen, Trinity, sort of the over-applied ones. There's a very strong chance you will be moved to another college. If you get moved to another college, then your original association with the college you applied to is pretty much cut off, and your application will be handled by the new college. So anyways, great. Well, I'm glad all of you guys got your applications in on time. Let's do the 2020 paper. And I think for this one, we'll just, we'll talk about, hold on, let me see here. we'll talk about questions that you guys might have found like specific issues with, and we won't go through all of these. But then the specimen paper that I emailed to you guys, we'll go through each question one at a time, and that will take probably like an hour. Well, actually, it's going to take longer. That was going to probably take 2 hours, but just because it's our last workshop, I wanted to sort of cram that in. So if you guys can stay for that, great. If you can, you can watch it later. But just because it's sort of our last opportunity to ask questions to get our strategy down, I wanted to go over a whole paper for the BMAT specimen paper. Okay, so let's talk about let's talk about this one. Did anyone have a specific question they wanted to talk about first?
Is this the specimen or the 2020 one?
Ah, shoot, this is the no, hold on, you're right, this is the specimen. Good catch. Let's see. Okay, perfect. This is the, let me pull that back. Okay, that's the 2020. Okay, Anuli, please.
Question 24, I got right, but I just did in a really convoluted and long way. So I was just wondering if there was a short way to do it, because it probably took me longer than it needed to.
Okay.
Yeah, this one. I did it with simultaneous equations and it just took a bit long.
Yeah. Simultaneous equations, I tell people, take a very long time. Sometimes I attempt these through just like brute force, right? I just plug and chug. I definitely would, well, let's just attempt this, right? So a small factory produces 4 types of cycles. There's bicycles, tricycles, tandems, and unicycles. The number of essential components required is shown in the table. Okay. 7 cycles were built in total, 10, 14, and 9 handlebars. Yeah, I hate this already. Let's see, 10 saddles were used, 14 wheels, 9 handlebars. By the way, I didn't do the 2020 homework, so I'm seeing this for the first time. Let's see here. Do you want to walk us through how you did it?
It is really long and confusing, and I feel like it would only make sense if you could see my page. I don't know.
Okay. This is a lot. I'm trying to see if there is a specific way to figure out sort of what I'm kind of seeing is that the handlebars side of things, right? I see that unicycles don't require handlebars. And the only thing that require handlebars are the tandem and bicycles. So that only creates so many opportunities to, that's one of them where you can sort of reduce one factor of your equations. Does that make sense? Right? Like if you only need to do bicycle plus tricycle plus tandem equals 9 handlebars, and then the number of bicycles plus tricycles plus tandems equals 9, that makes it easier. Sorry, I didn't see the hands raised. Emma, or yeah, do you want to talk us through this?
I kind of did like half of the simultaneous equations, and then I used the equations I got, which were in terms of just 2 of, like in terms of just 2 of the different products. And then you could just kind of plug in all the different options and see which one gets you like 10 saddles, 14 wheels, 9 handlebars. So if you do a simultaneous if you do like I've just finished an 8-hour shift and I'm a bit exhausted.
Oh, no problem.
I'll try my best to talk you through it. So if you kind of say 1B plus 1, I used a lowercase t for tricycle and then an uppercase for tandem.
Oh, that's not great. That's gonna mess you up on the test. I think tandem just use the letter M because there's only one M through the whole question. Yeah.
Okay. Plus U plus 2T, and then if you also do the one for the handlebars.
This is for the right. Okay, this is for the saddles, right?
Yeah, so if you do one for the saddles and then one for the handlebars, you're immediately able to eliminate two of the things by subtracting them from each other.
Okay, right. Let's see. Sorry, give me a second. My iPad is glitching out. Here we go. Okay, so plus 1 unicycle plus 2 tandems equals how many again? This is 10, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
And then if you do the same for handlebars,
right. Okay, so 1B plus 1T plus 0 U's plus 2M equals 9.
so then just by taking them away from each other, you're able to get it in terms, well, you work out U. So if you subtract the bottom equation from the top equation, you end up with 1U equals 1. So you know that there's 1 unicycle.
Oh yeah. Let's see. So U equals 1. Okay.
I then formed an equation using just the tricycle and the unicycle, but I don't have my notes in front of me and I can't remember how I did it.
Okay. Yeah, this is a good start. So we know that unicycles. Let me see here. Unicycles equals 1, right? So we've used let's see. So out of the remaining 6 cycles, we need to figure out how many make up 9 saddles, 13 wheels, and 9 handlebars.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So then we can do let's see. Let's see. 2 wheels. Hold on. I mean, two bicycles. So for the wheels column, you can do 2B plus 3T plus 2M. So I eliminated the unicycles because we already know how many unicycles there are, and then we compensated for that here. This equals the number of wheels, which is now 13. And then we can do the number of handlebars. So let's see, 1B plus 1T plus 2M equals 9 handlebars. So I suppose we could subtract that too, right? This would be the B plus 2T equals 4, right?
And from that point, I just kind of gave up with simultaneous equations, and I literally just like went through the options and saw which one would work for the tricycles. So I assume there wouldn't be 0. So if you say that there's 1 tricycle, then you kind of work out how much of the other ones you'd need. And I basically just kind of went through like that and see which combination made me end up with 10 saddles. I thought it was a quick way to do it than keep going with the equations. I ended up with B equals 1, but like I said, I don't have my notes in front of me, so I can't remember exactly what I did from there.
You ended up with okay. Well, for this one,
sorry, it's 1. Yeah.
Once you have this equation here, I think you can go. You're right to assume that it's probably not 0. So I would start sort of in the middle. You can test it with 1, right? If 2 times 1, so 2T, if T equals 1, 2T equals 2, then you have to have 2 bicycles, 2 tricycles, plus 1 unicycle. That only equals 5. So that's not correct. If you try with let's say you try with let's see, with 2. Am I even going on the right path here? Let's see, 2T equals 4.
I have got the right answer as B. So
you put B, okay. Yeah, I might be screwing this up. Let's see. Yeah, can someone walk us through this? Fasai, maybe you?
Yeah, I actually did this really differently. I didn't even use math because I was I think simultaneous equations are it's just a headache. So I drew a table and on the columns I labeled it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And then on the like vertically I said H, W, and S for what was it, for wheel, saddles, and handlebars. So along the top row, if you could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, that'd be
wait, how many columns do you have?
How many columns.
How many columns?
Seven.
Seven
Yeah.
columns. Okay.
Just
right.
just write like 1, 2, 3 because we know there's 7 cycles. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Thank you. And then the rows H, W, and S.
Okay.
All right, so I started off knowing that there were 7 cycles, and so I just thought about the possible combinations, starting with the wheels. So, starting with the saddles.
Okay.
So because tandems had 2, and we needed 10 saddles in total, I just kind of like did some trial and error and found out that you need 3 tandems. So for columns 1, 2, and 3, I'd fill out like all the stats for 3 tandems, if that makes sense. So for column 1, you'd have like 2 handles, 2 wheels, and 2 saddles.
So are your numbers running across the number of tandems that you have?
The numbers running across are like there's like 7 cycles, and that's all the like cycles, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, then I just wrote down the number of wheels each cycle would have, number of handles each cycle would have, and then just like did trial and error and like elimination. And that got me to 1.
Okay.
It's kind of complicated, but if it doesn't make sense, then it's all right.
Let me see. What should I put in the top left then? What should I put in H1?
So H1, you'd put 2.
Okay.
And then because we know there are like 3 tandems, from 1 to 3, it'd just be like just 2s. I'm so sorry if I'm like confusing everyone.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
I think I should like pass it on. I think it's like, yeah.
Okay. This is Anuli.
Sorry, my hand was still up from before. I'm still confused.
Okay, Sam.
Yeah, hi. I mean, I think it was kind of similar at the start. So if you see, obviously the tandems are different for the saddles in that first one. So to start off, there has to be 3 of them and 4 of any of the other 3. Doesn't really matter for now because that would give you 6 and 4, the 10 saddles. So there's 3 tandems. And then so next I took that to the handlebar column, and I said, right, because there's 3 tandems, that means that's 6 of the handlebars gone. So between the next 4 cycles that are remaining, there's got to be another 3 handlebars.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Before you go too far, I think yeah, that's a great way to approach it. Just looking here first, you said if you need 10 saddles, how do you get 10 with 2 and 3, 2 and the 1s? Then you need you said you need 3 tandems, right? So that would be 6 saddles, and then plus 4 of any of the other ones. So that equals 4 saddles, right? So equals 10. So we know we have 3 tandems then, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
all right.
So obviously into the next column, because there are 3 tandems, that means those 3 tandems have 6 handlebars between them because there's 2 each. Sorry, the handlebars column. And because there's 9 handlebars between 7 cycles, that means the remaining 4 cycles have got 3 handlebars, which means there can only be 1 unicycle, because they have 0 and you need the other 2. So once again, there's 1 unicycle and 2 of the others. And then for the wheels column, because you got 3 tandems and 1 unicycle now, you can just work it out. So 3 tandems gives you 6 wheels.
Talk me through the handlebars part one more time. Why do we need to have only 1 unicycle?
Well, because there's 9 handlebars, and you've got 6 of them. Sorry, you've got 3 cycles, so there's 4 cycles between them. If you had a handlebar each, that would be 10. So there's 1 less. So it has to be one of the ones where there's 0 handlebars.
Right. Okay. So amongst those, you need 3 handlebars amongst the bicycle and the tricycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So because of that, there's obviously only 1 unicycle, and then if you put that in the wheels column, you can just work the rest of it out. So there's 14 wheels in total. So 6 of them are on the tandem. There's 3 of them, and then 1 of them's on the unicycle because there's 1 of those. So that's 7 wheels between the bicycle and the tricycle, which obviously you can work out as just there's 3 left, so it's 3, 2, 2. So there's only 1 tricycle.
Right. Man, I'm just trying to find a more rigorous way to solve this. I feel like we've just been plugging and chugging, and this is very sort of haphazard way of solving it. Yeah. No, I see where you're coming from. But I'm just disappointed that there's no like sort of no way to solve this in under 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, I think the systems of equations is the safest way to solve this. But I hate writing the systems of equations because it's just so much to write. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't really know what to tell you guys for this one. I think you can just write out the system of equations. If you don't mind, I'm going to come back to this question at the end because I do want to solve it with the system of equations, but I don't want to take up too much time on this. And I think this is one of those kind of questions where, personally, when I see the system of equations questions, I just skip it. I skip it until the end because I know I'm not that good at systems of equations, right? So
if you want, I have it solved on my laptop, so I could share my screen and.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. Okay. Can you enable participant screen sharing, please?
Great question. Let's see, how do you do that? Okay, I'll just make you co-host. Okay, there we
Okay.
Go.
Thank you. Okay, I will stop your screen sharing. It's telling me.
No problem. All right.
Okay. I have this here. So please don't mind the way that I wrote these out. But really, I feel like it was very simple, sort of, with the similar equations. I had 4 of them written out based on what they were telling you about saddles, wheels, handlebars, and the amount of cycles overall. And then might seem complicated. I promise it didn't take me that long to solve it. I just figured out that the amount of unicycles was 1, because that was obviously really simple. And then we had both of these equations here that were like bicycle, tricycle, and 2 tandems. So I just wrote bicycle plus tricycle as 9 minus 2 tandems, which is what we had here. And then from there, I figured out how many tandems there were. And then I went into the other equations, knowing how many tandems and unicycles. And I figured out the amount of bicycles, and from there, the amount of tricycles.
Okay, so it is very possible to do it with the system of equations. Anuli just said, I did the same method, but it took me like 5 minutes. So I didn't know if I should have moved on. This is one of those where, sorry, Augustine?
I actually think Sam's method, because I did that one as well, and it took me like less than 2 minutes. It's the quickest way, because if you explain it simply, if you break it down simply, it's much quicker than to do a system of equations. Because you have 7 cycles in the beginning and 10 saddles. So you know there's got to be 3 tandems, because otherwise if there were no tandems, it would only be 7 saddles. So you take away the values for the 3 tandems, and then for 4 bikes, you're left with 4 saddles, 8 wheels, and 3 handlebars. Since there's 4 bikes and only 3 handlebars, you know one of them is a unicycle. So you take away the values for the unicycle. So for 3 bikes, you're left with 3 saddles, 7 wheels, and 3 handlebars. And then you calculate the wheels. If all of them were bicycles, so 3 bicycles, it would give you 6 wheels. So you know one of them must be a tricycle since there's 7 wheels.
That's a great explanation too. Yeah.
Okay. I'll stop screen sharing now.
Thanks. Yeah, no, thank you for that explanation. Sorry this was the first one we had to start off on, and I really should have did my homework yesterday, but what Augustine just explained is I'm beginning to understand it now, that obviously if there were 7 cycles, what he's saying is that if there were 7 cycles and you wanted to get 10 saddles out of this using 10 of the using 10 of them, then you can't have, let's say, 1 tandem and 1 of each of the other ones, then you'd have too many cycles. So you need to have 4 tandems, No, sorry, you need to have 2 tandems. No, it's 3, sorry, 3 tandems. So 2 times 3 is 6, plus 4 of the other ones in a combination. And then that leaves you with a need for 3 handlebars out of the remaining 4 bikes. You can't get, not all of them can have handlebars. So certainly one of them has to be a unicycle. And then out of the remaining 3, which need handlebars, it's either 2 bicycles and 1 tricycle, or 1 bicycle and 2 tricycles, and then you can just figure it out from there. Is that what you were kind of saying, Augustine?
Yeah, there was a very similar question on the 2017 TSA with the arcs and the orcs or something like that, and the ERPs, and they had a certain number of heads and tails and legs.
The ERPs were a little bit easier to solve, and I think that one.
Yeah, it was a bit easier, but
yeah,
it was a similar. You had to find a pattern between the number of tails or legs or heads, and then you could deduce that and find your answer.
Right, Emma.
I'm not sure if this is right, but from all the TSA and BMATs I've done, I think that the TSA, the math is usually easier than the BMAT, and I think that's probably because you don't have to take A-level maths to do PP, but you do have to take it to do medicine. So I think the math is easier on the TSA generally, which hopefully means like a question like this probably wouldn't come up.
I think, like Augustine said, it has appeared before, and a lot of them do require systems of equations. Usually, it's not as complicated because in this one there's a lot of data to work with. But I don't think this is because the BMAT requires A-level, and systems of equations aren't A-level maths. So,
will the TSA ever require us? Because there's a different way of working this out without doing a system with 3 variables, but most systems we're going to have to do in the TSA are only ones with 2 variables, like you have an X and a Y. So generally with three variables, it's going to be asking you to calculate using a different method.
Right. Okay. Sorry for this being too complicated. And honestly, just when I was first reading the question, I was like, oh my God, I don't know how to approach this. I do know how to approach it, but I know that the method is going to be too complicated. It's going to be too time consuming. What is the first thing you need to do? Move on, right? Go to the next question, right? And save this to the end. Do all the questions that are quicker than this first. And if you have time, finish this, because at the end of the day, this is 1 question out of the whole 50 questions, right? You don't want to spend too much time on something unless it comes to you quickly, which it has for some of the people, Sam, Augustine, they might look at it and they're like, okay, I know exactly how to solve this one. But for the rest of us, don't waste time on the question. Okay. Okay. Let's. Does anyone have another one that we should work through? Sam?
We look at 32. Anybody get my head around that?
Okay. Let me turn my thing vertical here. A puzzle consists of 4 tiles, all of which have the shape shown below. On each tile, one of the squares is colored black. Oh, you know what? I'm not going to go over this because this is spatial reasoning. And just because it's already been confirmed that this is not going to appear on the exam, I don't think this is a productive use of our time. So we'll just skip this one, okay? But rest assured, you will not see this on the test. And actually, you should rest easy knowing that. Other questions? Any critical thinking questions, Resha?
Yes. Firstly, I just want to ask, is question 28 a spatial reasoning one or not?
28?
Yes.
Okay, let me take a look. 28. This is slightly, but not really. I think this one is spatial reasoning.
Yeah.
But this one I think is one of the geometry ones. You see these with like the shape of the yard or the shape of like a picture frame or something like that. That's kind of what this is. So I don't think this is really spatial reasoning.
Okay, so it could be first. So a critical thinking one, could we do question number 10?
Okay. Okay, so let's read it. Indian mongooses were introduced to Japan's Amami Island in 79 to control the rat and pit viper. They also preyed on the tip-nosed frog. Oh, sorry, I'm violating my own rules. First thing you do is you read the question. Best statement of the flaw. All right. They also preyed on the tip-nosed frog, dramatically reducing their numbers. Once the mongooses were removed, the population of the frogs also rebounded. A recent project found that when approached by researchers, frogs in areas where the impact of the mongooses had been greatest would hop way faster than those in less affected areas. Since almost all the mongooses were removed from the island 5 years ago, it is unlikely that the frogs observed had ever seen one. So this cannot have been learned from contact with mongooses. The greater wariness in the frogs must have been caused by a genetic change. Okay. So it draws, so, you know, you want to understand the passage first. It says that that when the researchers, so that the mongooses came to hunt the frogs, and that the mongooses were actually quite effective at removing the frogs, because when they took away the mongooses, the population of the frogs came back, that the frogs started to learn that the mongooses might have been hunting them because the frogs would hop way faster in areas where the mongooses were, but that the mongooses were removed 5 years ago, so that the frogs might have never seen one. So this cannot have been learned from contact with the mongooses. The greater jumpiness must have been caused by a genetic change. So do you want to talk us through what your thinking was?
Yeah, so I think like I was confused between C and D. So I mean, do you want me to just say why I thought the others were wrong first?
Well, if you narrowed it down to C and D, let's see, yeah, which is kind of what I'm leaning towards right now as well. Why don't you just talk about why C and D are correct, or you know, why one might be better than the other?
So I picked D I picked D because I thought that like it's saying that the mongooses did, like the flaw is that the mongooses did cause a change, and the genetic change came about because of the mongooses. But then I think, I mean, afterwards, when I kind of analyzed my answers, I think what I may have done was that I used my external knowledge and implemented it here to pick D, but actually, I think the answer is C. So what I think I went wrong with was kind of overreading it, maybe.
Yeah, I think, well, I'm gonna go with C. I don't know, is C the right answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think with this one, if you're reading into the words, something that I'm looking at is, well, we obviously had to identify the argument, right? The argument is that because the mongooses were removed 5 years ago, and that they've never seen one, then they cannot have been learned from contact with mongooses. So it literally says here, this cannot have been learned from contact with mongooses. That's what they're sort of arguing. And that because it cannot have been learned from contact with mongooses, therefore it must have been a genetic change. It's not a flaw to not develop your argument. It's not a flaw to not explain why if you make the argument that it's caused by a genetic change, if you don't further explain why, like how it, like you don't have to explain how DNA works for there to be a flaw. The flaw is that flaws are usually found when there's other ways to disprove the conclusion. So in this case, you are on the right track. You had C or D. I just think you have to understand what the question is asking. When the question is asking the best statement of the flaw, it's not asking sort of like how could the argument have been improved? That's not what it's asking. It's asking where was the mistake made. So don't worry about how the author maybe didn't fully come to the answer you're looking for or didn't properly explain genetic change. It's more, a matter of what did the author miss, if that makes sense. Zara?
I had a question about question 14, so it's
Okay.
not related to
So we good on this one, Risha? Okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, thank you.
okay, 14. Okay. An early form of communication is Morse code, which is used with a series of dots and dashes, okay? To make it easier to learn Morse, a different display was configured, and part of this display is shown below. Beginning from the start point, the letter A will be determined by a right move, right? Then a left move. So that's dot and then dash. So every time we move left, it's a dash. Every time we move right, it's a dot. Okay. Some of the circles in the display above have been labeled with the wrong letter. Oh boy. Okay. How many circles have been incorrectly labeled? Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm already thinking that the only way to solve this is to literally just go through and mark what is right and wrong, right? Fasai, you have a thought about that?
Yeah, you just go through each one. So like for
Yeah.
E, it goes to the right, so it's a dot, and then you
Yeah,
look at the chart and it's correct. So yeah.
Obviously it needs to be methodical to a certain extent, right? The way that this is methodical is that everything on the right side has to start with a dot. So start by looking at, so you just remember the letters, right? A, E, I, N, R, U, S, all right? So A starts with a dot, so that's fine. E starts with a dot, I is a dot, N, R, let's see, N. So N right here doesn't start with a dot, so that's a problem. R, U, S, okay, so N is automatically out. And then, you know, you go more in depth, right? So everything on this level needs to be, everything on A and I needs to be 2 characters. So look at I, so it's dot dash, okay. I is dot dot, okay. So these are fine. And then R would be dot dash dot, so on and so forth. R dot dash dot, okay. U is dot dot dash, okay, and S is dot dot dot. Okay, so on this side, everything is correct except for N. And then on this side, you go again, everything needs to start with a dash, right? So TMW, W starts with a dot, so that's incorrect. And then QGKD, so Q, G, K, and then D, okay. And then we look at M, so M would be 2 dashes, okay, Q would be 3 dashes. So Q is wrong, right? Q is 4 characters, so Q can't be correct. G is dash dash dot, K is dash dot dash, K dash dot dash, yep. And then D is dash dot dot. Yeah, okay, so 1, 2, 3, so the answer is 3. Is that right? Okay. Any questions about that? Gian?
Actually, another question. Question number 30.
30? 30?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. A paint company uses 2 different coding systems to define the colors. One is the YMC code, which is here, and then the other is the OCT code. Okay. A customer wants a gold colored paint mixing, and he knows that the YMC is going to be 50, 41, and 34. What is the OCT code of this gold color? Okay, so it looks like, let's see. So you have to interpret the code, right? And instantly you see that 63 means 77, right? When you look at 63, look over here, right? Like it's 63 means 77. But what you do realize is that it's out of order, right? That the C appears first, and then it's the Y and the M, but we're not sure what order the Y and M are in. Does that make sense? So the O, C, T, 2 digits, 2 digits, 2 digits. We know for sure that C appears, C is here, right? C represents the first 2 digits, right? So C and C. C and C. And then we're not sure because right here, the second pair and the third pair are both 77. How can we tell the difference? Well, you just look at the next one. You look at the code for green grass. If you look at green grass, M is 0, and that represents the second pairing, right? So M must be here. M is here. And then by process of elimination, that means it's Y is the last one, right? So in this case, we know that the customer is looking for a YMC configuration. So YMC, so it's backwards, right? YMC, he's looking technically for CMY configuration. And he's looking for 50 yellow, 41 cyan, and 34 magenta. And then you just figure out what the code is. So anything 50, so you see 50 is here, right? 50M. So then we look at the middle of the number. So we know that 50 means 61, right? So it has to end in 61. And then you look at the answers. Okay, so it's everything but A or C. And then A or C, we just have to figure out where the 39 is. So 39, let's see, 39 represents 34. 34 is here. 34 is represented by 39, and we know that appears first. So the answer is A. That makes sense?
No,
I think the
No,
answer is
actually the answer is C.
because
Okay.
because magenta is they confuse this in the phrasing. They put yellow, cyan, then magenta, but it's actually magenta in the middle, so 39 is in the middle.
Wow, okay. Next time speak up before I jump into this deep hole. Okay. Yellow is here. Yellow is right. I see what happened here. So I got screwed by this here, which is that's embarrassing. Okay. So it's 40 and 31. 41 cyan, 34 magenta. So these two should have been reversed. This should have been here, this should have been here, and therefore the 39 place should have been here. So it should have been this one. Sorry about that. That was silly. A reminder to read the questions carefully. Anyways. Any other questions?
Yeah, could we maybe just do 28?
28. Okay, so two identical pieces of rectangular pieces of paper are arranged to overlap each other by 5 centimeters. One of the rectangles had been folded to make that structure. The length of the whole arrangement is 75. What's the length of one of the pieces of paper? Okay. So let's see, where do we even start with this one? Does someone want to walk through this one? Emma?
I got this one wrong, but for such a stupid reason, I feel like everyone would be able to like learn from what I got wrong. So I put E and it's actually C. But you know that the two were equal.
Hold on a second. We just looking at the answers, we know it's we know it's not B, D, or E.
Oh no, sorry. Sorry, I jumped ahead. I was gonna like talk through it, but I'm leaning towards the answer being C. So basically the arrangement as it is 75 centimeters. What you kind of want is the two pieces of paper flat next to each other, and then you can divide that by 2 to see like how long one of the pieces of paper is. So if you were to push the piece of paper on the right 5 centimeters to the right, then that would get rid of that overlap. So then 80 centimeters is them next to each other, but with the fold in. So the 75 becomes 80 when you get rid of the 5 centimeter overlap. And then
80, and then you unfold it again to become 83, right?
Oh
no, it's a three-way. Okay, it's plus 5 plus 9, right?
Well, that's exactly what I did, and it was wrong because this becomes this three-way fold it becomes 9 centimeters, but it's already represented by the 3 centimeter gap. So you're only increasing the length by 6 centimeters. So I said 9, but you're actually only increasing the length by 6 centimeters. So you're adding 5 and then you're adding 6, which gets you to 86. And then that's basically the 2 pieces of paper laid flat next to each other. You divide that by 2, you get 43, which is C. And the thing to be careful about is that you already have a distance of 3 centimeters represented by the gap, basically. So what I did wrong was adding the 9 instead. And I think that's quite an easy thing to do. And it was quite annoying to lose the mark for. So.
That's a super easy mistake.
Yeah, it lost me, I think it lost me 0.9 points, because obviously at the way it's scaled, but that one mistake cost me 0.9 points. So yeah. It was just annoying. So I think it's important in the spatial reasoning to sort of, if you're increasing if the new distance is going to be 9 centimeters, you need to sort of take into account what the old distance was, and you're adding the difference, not the 9 centimeters.
Okay, this is a little bit spatial reasoning now that I think about it, but it's strange because usually spatial reasoning is one or the other. There's no calculations in the spatial reasoning ones, right? So I think this is interesting. That was also me working too fast, right? I looked at that, I'm like, oh yeah, of course, you unfold it and then you make it 9 centimeters. So that was a bit silly of me there. Yeah, well, I think you explained it quite well. 75 plus the, I mean, that was really an important critical piece of information. They're identical. So whatever the answer is the 2 pieces combined divided by 2. 75, you move the paper, you move this piece of paper to the right 5 centimeters, so they're no longer overlapping. So now the length is 80. And then you unfold this bridge. So the bridge is already 3 centimeters wide. You unfold the other 2 parts, so you plus 6 centimeters. And then now the papers are 86. And then divided by 2 is 43. So the answer is C. Okay. Zara?
Sorry, but I just quite I don't understand why it's 6 and not 9.
Right, because like Emma explained, out of the 75 centimeter distance that's already here, the distance of one of the folds is already compensated, right? If you think about it, like if this is the fold, right, it's 3, 3, and 3, and I'm saying that, like, you know, the total distance is 75. If I unfold it, it's only going to get longer from this unfold, and it's only going to get longer from this unfold. This is already compensated in the 75 number. The horizontal distance of 3 is already in the fold. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay, all right. That's the trick though. And you saw I missed that really quickly. I went and I wrote 9 like an idiot, but that's the trick question. You know, you gotta focus. I mean,
I did the exact same thing. I feel like it's easy to do.
TSA is the TSA is never easy. If the answer seems too easy, you probably skip past something. Yeah. Any other ones from the 2020 paper? No? Okay, let's do the specimen. Or you know what? Let's take a quick break. Does anyone have any questions about the application process, what to expect, things like that? Maybe just general questions right now.
How did you calm down your nerves on the day? Because I think that's what's my main concern.
I was nervous, and you should be nervous. If you're not nervous, there's something wrong with you. Look, I mean, I think all you can do is just take the test, know that you've been preparing for a very long time now, and and don't let the difficult questions stress you out. You know, if you're finding a question hard, move on. That's what I did. You know, whenever I found a question hard, I just moved on. And what that allowed was at the end of the exam, I had a lot more time than I expected. And I'm like, this is great. I'm going to go back and I had time to check my answers. I had time to go over the difficult questions. Because if you start from the beginning and you're doing a question and you're already feeling like, oh my God, I'm not getting the right answers, you're going to psych yourself out for the remainder 49 questions. So don't ruin your confidence by doing the difficult questions first. Do the easy questions first, the ones that you find to be easy, whether it's critical thinking or certain problem solving ones, and then go on from there. Okay.
Did you apply more than once, and how did you decide how would you decide if you should apply again?
Well, I applied more than once. The one previous to the one I got successful in, I got a very strong TSA score, and then I still got rejected after interview. So I had applied to Maudlin, I interviewed, and I was rejected after interview. And I got the feedback from the interview, and they said, well, you had good points, but we felt like your interview was somewhat weak compared to the other applicants because you had a difficult time organizing your thoughts. You couldn't fully develop your arguments, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, well, damn. My personal circumstance was that I wasn't in a rush to go to uni. So I think that was the biggest factor in my personal circumstance. Other people, I know a lot of people who reapplied and got in, a lot of people. But it really depends what's right for you, right? Like, can you afford a year off? And there's always the unfortunate but inevitable chance that you get rejected twice. And you have to think about, what would you do if you invested all this effort into reapplying again, you know, and you got rejected again. And not everybody can afford or mentally handle that. And, you know, some people might regret that. So I'd say always put your foot forward, best foot forward. Accept the fact that this process may not be successful for you. Yeah, but I gotta, you know, this might confuse you more, but I gotta tell you, like, it's a beautiful thing to get accepted. And I think everybody who I've talked to who reapplied have said that they made the right decision. But that's easy to say, you know, knowing that you got accepted the second time, you know. So anyways, I know somebody recently that is a close friend that interviewed at Maudlin together, and she reapplied, and she actually got accepted, but then she missed her grades because she was retaking the class, and she got an offer, but then she got rejected basically a second time. And just talking to her, it was so devastating. You know, she was completely devastated. She felt lost. Yeah, I'd say cross that bridge when you get to it. You know what I mean? Like, you cross that bridge when you get to it, because you're from the UK, right?
I mean, yeah, I was born there, but like, I'm living in Spain right now.
Oh, that's cool. Well, like, what I meant was, if you're in the UK and you're applying primarily for UK schools, or you live in Spain and you're applying for UK schools, what you want to do is see your other offers first, right? A lot of people, they get great offers from like LSE, UCL, really great schools, Durham, whatever it may be, and they just find it more worth it to go there instead of really taking a chance at something that may not succeed again. And I tell people that if you get rejected pre-interview, I don't really recommend reapplying. You know, rejected pre-interview means that whatever test scores that you already had combined with your TSA, it wasn't enough to even get you past the first cutoff. So I think it would be a significant challenge to go and try it again, because you either have it or you don't there. You know, that's just my honest advice. It's hard to say to some people, But yeah, anyways. Adam?
Hi, this isn't about the TSA, but more about you doing PP. What are your plans after finishing Oxford, your degree?
I don't have specific plans. And that again sort of comes down to my personal circumstances. I think that I tell people all the time, I say, don't constrain yourself, right? And even people I've met sort of just in the, we're coming up on week 3 of term, right? And I'm talking to some of the freshers. Some of them have an exact idea of what they want to do. They say, I want to be in investment banking. I want to work in the foreign service. I want to whatever. And it's great to work towards a goal. But a very interesting thing about Oxford is just how many opportunities come at you, right? We get these emails like every week from the faculty telling us about new internships, about just all these opportunities that are only available to Oxford students. And I think if you go into it thinking like, I'm going to do this, or I really want to do this, you might be actually restricting your overall sort of prospects, right? So what I've been doing is I've been attending as many events as I can. I've been, going to societies. I've been interacting with other people. I think I want to do law after this. So I want to go to law school. In America, law school is generally a graduate, well, it is a graduate thing. You graduate first and then you go to law school. But I'm not going to narrow myself down because I think if you fixate yourself too early, you're going to lose sight of the things around you. I know that sounds super generic, but Oxford is you meet so many crazy people there, and let them inspire you, let them tell you, and let them help you figure out what you really want to do. Yeah. And also PPE is so generic. I mean, PPE, like, we're sitting in like logic classes, we're learning formal logic, and you're just like, when am I ever going to use formal logic in real life, right? But that's the beauty of PPE, right? It develops your thinking, it develops the way that you approach questions. It makes you you learn how to talk to other people, you learn how to communicate your thoughts, and all those, you become this well-rounded person who's suitable for so many jobs. So if you're taking a degree that is very generic and very sort of gives you so many opportunities, then don't close any doors. Keep the doors open. Yeah. Augustine?
What was your question strategy for the TSA? Which ones did you do? Which ones did you skip automatically, and which ones did you automatically do first?
Critical thinking is my weak point. So I skimmed through the test first. So I took about a minute and a half. The first time I did the test was on paper. The second time I did it was on the computer. Either way, oh, by the way, like another piece of advice I forgot to mention, you might want to bring a mouse. You know how like some of you guys are doing on a laptop, right? Maybe some people don't like the whole like dragging with 2 fingers and clicking and whatever. Some people might want to plug in a USB mouse and then click, and then you can borrow a mouse from like the school. You don't have to buy a new mouse. So that's one of the things. I skimmed through the whole test first because I recognize the questions that I'm good at, right? So for example, the one where I told you about eliminating information to buy the computer, right? Like he's looking for this, but not that, blah, blah, blah. That one I did really quickly. I like the graph ones where it's like, oh, in what month was the biggest increase? So I did those first. So I jumped around, but I had a really good feel for it because I was very familiar with the question types. And then for example, I did critical thinking. I did the main conclusion first. I find main conclusion to be super easy. And then I left the more difficult ones for later. Spatial reasoning was left for later. I definitely left the system of equation ones for later. I left the ones where it was like, for example, on the 2020 paper, the one about the scheduling different times to visit the garden, did that one later. Or the ones with way too much information, or also like the ones with the like wallpaper. How many sheets of 30 centimeter lengths do you need and stuff like that? I'm like, wow, this is going to take way too much writing, way too much diagramming. Let me do it later. but yeah, I really jumped around a lot. I don't think I did any of them in order. So, and you really don't have to, because the software will tell you which ones you've skipped, and then you can just go back and redo it. And some of them I actually started on, and I wasted only 30 seconds after I realized, I'm like, oh wow, my initial approach was not correct. Let me go back and let me just go do a different question, and I'll come back and do this later. And sometimes when you come back and you look at the question again, you're just like, oh wow, it's actually easier than I thought. So if first you're stuck, just skip it and then, you know, come back and do the question later.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, any other generic questions? Otherwise, I'll just move on for now. Risha?
Should you start prepping for the interview like immediately after TSA, or should you wait until you get
You should.
invited?
That's a good question, because look, like, interview is not exactly like a developable skill to the extent that the TSA is something you can practice for months in advance, right? I don't want you guys to do it and then get sorely disappointed. I think you should have a look at resources. I will email out some resources after the TSA for you guys to sort of think about how to talk about the interview. And if any of you guys are quite confident, I'm happy to do one-on-one interviews with you and mock interviews even before you get an interview invitation. That might be adding insult to injury later if you do get rejected, right? But I'm happy to do that. Interview is about, you know, like there's all these interview questions online, right? And they say, for example, like, what's the difference between lie, mislead, and deceive? And, you know, you might just be thinking for a long time about that, blah, 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 blah. But it's guaranteed that that's not going to be the question they're going to ask you later, right? So it's the same thing with the TSA, right? Is it about memorizing the questions and the content, or is it about sort of how you answer, right? So on the interview is the same thing. It's about how you answer the question. And I think my advice for people is just, when you're asked a question or you approach a question like this, how do you answer in a way that deconstructs the question? Remember earlier we were talking about the doctors and the licensing and the journalists. That's actually like an interview question right there. That sounds like an interview question. And what you want to do is break down the individual components, just like we did, right? You're just thinking like, and you speak out loud. You think, oh, well, this is how I would think, this is how I would approach it. And then these are the nuances of the question. And I'm looking at these words, like what exactly, and then you might want to ask the tutor, what exactly do you mean by following their profession? Am I right to assume that it means this? Am I right to assume it means this? So it's really just about being able to convey your thoughts. And I think the worst thing you can do during interview is stay silent. Because if you stay silent, the tutors don't know what you're talking about, and they don't know how to help you come to your thoughts, okay? For economics, it may be the same thing. Economics, they're gonna throw a crazy question at you, right? Like they're gonna, probably a numerical question too, and they're gonna show you a graph, and they're gonna be like, hey, tell me about this graph. And if you just panic and stay silent, and you're like, oh, I don't know how to solve this, it's not gonna be great. Instead, if you talk about, let's say you see a graph, and the first thing you say is, oh, I see one line going up and it has a slope or gradient like this, and I see another one going down. I see the intercept here. I see the axis is labeled like this. I see whatever. If you talk it through, that's how you do an interview. So don't worry too much about interview. Interview skills, I think, you know, it's really just about knowing what to say and how to say it. It's not about like the content of the interview. Okay. Anuli, last question, and then we'll start the specimen paper.
Just two little ones. Did you do better in the real thing than your practice tests? And did you walk out your TSA thinking you'd done terribly, but then obviously you did quite well?
In all my practices, I was getting like maybe 3 or 4 wrong. And I think at worst, I was getting like 7 wrong. So like 43 out of 50, that was kind of my bottom line. And I was getting like high 45, 46, 47 but I wouldn't, I mean, obviously on the exam, I got a perfect score, 50 out of 50. But that's with a bit of luck as well. You know, like there really, I think, because I did guess on at least, I think, one of the questions. But yeah, I think you guys will be shocked. Don't think that just because you've been getting bad scores or not so great scores during your practices, that that's necessarily going to carry over to testing day. You don't know if the test is going to be significantly easier this year. You also don't know how other people are going to do, because remember that the final score is marked on a curve based on what other people got, and the difficulty, the overall difficulty of the exam. So, you know, those are all factors you can't compensate for. You just simply cannot and do not know. And you just have to do your best. And sometimes when you walk out of the TSA thinking like, by the way, like when I got the good score, all I thought in my head was, wow, that was really stressful. And I didn't think I did great. But then later when I saw my exam results, I was like, wow, that's fantastic. So, you know, you're not going to necessarily walk out of the exam thinking like I did really great or I did really poorly. You're just going to walk out of the exam knowing how many questions you did, how many questions you guessed. That's pretty much all you know. Yeah. Okay, shall we start the specimen paper? Unless there's any dying questions. You find out your score, I think it was the day before. And when I saw the perfect score, I kind of had a feeling that the next day was going to come with the offer. But yeah, again, it's not a guarantee. But yeah, okay. So let's do the specimen paper, and we'll just do these one at a time. So let me share my screen. Okay, so let's see here. All right. Let's choose somebody to do it. So Anshul, can you do this one, please?
Yeah, so I looked at the question first, which is main conclusion.
Perfect.
And then read through it. So organic farming of animals and crops improves the environment through a reduced use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, but this does not go far enough. I think that's significant that it says, but this does not go far enough, because it contradicts the point already.
Yep.
It would be preferable to have a totally vegetarian agriculture. I think this is also something that we need to underline because it says it would. And then 90% of the vegetable matter fed to farm animals passes straight through with its calorific content intact. Is that a reason for the sentence we just underlined?
90% of the vegetable matter fed to farm animals passes straight through. So it means that like vegetables fed to animals is not very efficient, right?
Yeah, and then by eating vegetables directly rather than feeding them to animals, substantially less land would have to be farmed, and then this remaining land could be returned to its historical state, mixed deciduous woodland, which is what the countryside needs most of all. So I think it's trying to say that, I don't think it's trying to say A.
Okay. Because A, well, why is it not A?
Because, well, that's because it's already contradicted by, but this does not go far enough.
Okay.
And then it would be preferable to have a totally vegetarian agriculture. I think that does somewhat sum up what we've tried to say, with the second line being underlined.
Okay. So B is possible. Okay, and then C.
And then a totally vegetarian agriculture would reduce the need for pesticides. I don't think that's the main conclusion of it, because that seems like a reason. No.
Well, remember, like the main conclusion has to be in the passage, right? And I can't say that enough. It has to be in the passage. It doesn't say anywhere that vegetarian agriculture would reduce the need for pesticides. It doesn't say that, right? If it doesn't say that, it's not the conclusion.
Yeah.
right? So it does talk about how organic farming reduces pesticides, but doesn't say anything about vegetarian agriculture, right? Which is two different things, right? So it's not C. And can you talk to us about D?
There would be a need for less land under cultivation if we ate vegetables directly. I don't know if that's stated.
It is stated. It says right here, substantially less land would have to be farmed.
Oh yeah, I see.
But then maybe let's put this through the therefore test, right?
I
Like
think
this.
that's a reason for.
Perfect. It's a reason for B, right? It's a reason to have the totally vegetarian agriculture. The therefore test, I think we talked about in a previous workshop, which is if you can put the word therefore after D, then D is not the answer, right? If you do D therefore E, I mean D therefore B, so there would be a need for less land, and therefore it would be preferable to have this vegetarian agriculture. That tells you that D is supporting B, so D can't be the right answer because it's a supporting sentence, right?
And then
E?
the last sentence, I don't think that was the main conclusion of the whole paragraph, because, well, it is stated, but it's more of a could, and it's not really something that, so everything else follows on through the therefore test, like you said.
Does E pass the therefore test, or does E?
No, the other ones.
Uh-huh.
So we've cut them off, and then land could be returned to mixed deciduous woodland. I don't think that's what the passage is trying to say, because we're trying to talk about agriculture and farming.
Well, it's, you know, it says right here, right? The remaining
I
land.
put B down as my answer when I was doing the specimen test, when I was like skimming through.
You put B or E?
I put B.
Okay, yeah, it is B. I'm just saying, like, we need to have rigor behind our answers, right? You can't just say, I don't think it's E because I don't think that's what the passage is talking about. You have to say why BE is not E because it's not, because it's B, because that is an argument for B. E is telling you why it's B, right? It is a benefit that land could be returned to the mixed deciduous woodland. Therefore, it's preferable to have the vegetarian agriculture because D, because E. B, because D, because E. Does that make sense? So, okay, yeah, good work. Let's do 2. Anna, can you do 2, please?
Honestly, this one really confused me. I didn't do the specimen paper. I think I didn't.
No, we're not supposed to do it. We're doing it together right now.
Oh,
so,
right, okay. Honestly, I think I would just guess A, because I would do 32 minus 1 because we're minusing the front page. Then that leaves us with 31. Then I would just.
So hold on. I'm not asking you to guess. I'm asking you to do the question.
Okay.
Can you tell me how this would be best approached, or like what your understanding of the question is?
Okay, so we want the 2 center pages of the magazine. So I'm trying to think if it would be split right in the middle.
So I think the first thing you should do is draw what it's talking about, right?
Yeah.
Sure. So if you have the magazine, here's the pages in the magazine, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the first page number?
1, the front cover. So.
Okay.
And then
what's the last page number?
It doesn't say if it's counted, but I would assume that is. So it could be 32 or 64 or 96.
Yeah, so it's a multiple of 32, right? Yeah. Whatever it is. So then you can kind of figure out, it's asking you what the center numbers could be. So I suppose the first thing you need to figure out is, are the center numbers even or odd? Well, I mean, it's so if this is 1 and 32, then the center 2 pages, so that's this page here and this page here, would that be even or odd numbers on the left side? And then obviously the other one's the opposite. So is the left side even or odd?
I think even.
Even, right? Because it's this side of the page, right? 32 tells you what is on this side. So any page facing 32 would be even, right? Okay. So we know this is even and this is odd, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's even and odd, then which answers can we eliminate already?
A and D.
Okay. Now let's go on. So if a book has 32 pages, what are the page numbers of the middle two pages?
Could it be 16 and 17?
Yeah, it's 16 and 17, right? But you got to have like a rigorous way of figuring that out, right? 16 and 17. I think a way that I would approach this is, you look like, let's say your book only had 4 pages, right? The middle pages would be 2 and 3. The first page number has to always be half of 4, right? And then you can kind of see that here, right? So half of 32 is 16. The starting page has to be half, right? So if you look at so what does that tell you about the first number of the pages of these? If the books have a multiple of 32 as the first number, what does that tell you about the first number?
So for the 64 pages, it would be either 32 or 33. And for 96, it would be 98 and 99. Oh, sorry, 48 and 49.
Right, but is there a rigorous way of solving that? If the last page has to be a multiple of 32 and the middle page has to be a multiple of 16, I just said the answer. If the middle page has to be half of the last page, right? So if the middle page was a multiple of 32, the middle page has to be a multiple of 16, right?
Honestly, this one's really confusing me.
Okay. Well, so earlier you said it correct, right? You said that if it's 32, then the middle page has to start with 16. If the whole book has 32 pages, the middle page has to be 16, right? If it has 64, then it has to be 32, 96, 48, right? What I'm asking you is, was there a way to get that information without having to go one at a time? I'm just saying all of these are a multiple of 16.
Honestly, I don't think I would have seen that in the actual exam.
Sure.
But
yeah, have you what answer would you go with out of B, C, and E?
I say I would be guessing, so like C.
So we said that the middle page has to be a multiple of 16, right? So which one of the answers is a multiple of 16?
Then E.
E, right? Yeah. E. And for this, you can also you can kind of work backwards too. Let's say you said the answer was C, right? So let's say you said the middle page was 50, and then the other side of the page was 51. If it had 50 pages, then by the rules that we just said, which was that the middle page has to be half, then the final page number would be 100, right? And you know that it can't have 100 pages because it says all of which have a number of pages, which is a multiple of 32.
Okay,
right?
that makes sense, yeah.
All right. Okay, good work. Let's do question 3. Maybe Adam, can you do question 3, please?
Yeah, sure. So it's a principal question.
Perfect. Read the question first. Okay.
Every motorist pays the same amount for road tax, regardless of how much they use the roads. Okay. So basically, it's saying that people who, if you're paying for a service, it should be that it should be how much. It should be based on how much they're using it, basically.
Right.
So, sorry, I just read it quickly. I didn't say it.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
So I'd go through each of the answers. A, that's not the principle. B, not. C isn't either. I think D is the right answer because it's about only those people who watch them should be made to pay.
Yeah. So the people that should be just to zoom out real quick with the principal questions, right? What is the principle underlying an argument? A principle is something that can be applied to many situations. So for example, that life should be the #1 priority, or that I don't know, people should act in the best interest of their children, right? Just a general principle. And in this case, Adam said it very well. The principle was that that right now the road tax. So this is one of those where if you don't know what road tax is, this is kind of confusing because in England, road tax works in a different way than in America. But in England, everybody just pays the same amount of tax for the roads. And it's not fair because let's say I drive more than you do. Why do you have to pay the same amount as I do, even though I'm, using the roads more? So essentially what illustrates the principle questions are asking you is how can you apply the same principle to a different situation? And in this case, we change it to the TVs, right? We change it to those who want to see the premium channels should pay for the premium channels. Those who don't want to shouldn't have to, just like using the roads. Any questions about that one? This is pretty, this one is pretty damn simple. Okay, so like, I hope you guys got this one. Okay, question 4, let's do Sam. Question 4, please.
So it's an assumption question.
Okay.
So just through that. So I mean, the conclusion seems to be that teachers are getting better at coaching pupils to pass exams, and that's why the pass rate's improving. So just reading through the possible answers.
So there's improving pass rates, right, on the exams. Yeah. All right. Can you just summarize the argument one more time? Because with the underlying assumption, you really have to structure it as like premise 1, premise 2, therefore conclusion, right? Like you have to be really clear with the underlying assumption, because otherwise, when you're not clear, you're going to end up assuming things, and you're going to do the you're going to be on the wrong side of the question. So can you tell me what the arguments are and what the conclusion?
Okay, so the first premise would be that there's improving pass rates and exam results, and that there's no evidence of school leavers getting better at exams. Sorry, getting more academic ability.
Right.
Therefore, teachers must be getting better at coaching pupils to pass exams. And looking at it now, I think the assumption must be that B, the level of difficulty of the exams hasn't fallen, because it assumes that, because the pupils haven't got better, the exams have stayed the same. So it must be down to the teachers.
Right. Does anyone have a question about that one? Zara?
I chose A simply because I think that if we look at the premises of the argument, and especially the second premise, where it talks about there's no improvements in the school leavers' ability, if we actually look at the assumption of like school examination results are a reliable indicator of pupils' abilities. If we look at the negative of that statement, that they're not a reliable indicator of pupils' abilities, then the argument for me like falls apart, because if it's not indicating pupils' abilities, then we can't really conclude that the teachers like are simply coaching the pupils better. I'm not sure if that makes
So you actually kind of explain why it is assumed that why it is not assumed. It's not assumed because you just said it was stated. It was stated in the opposite. It was stated that there was no other evidence of improvement, right? So therefore, if there's no other, the key word is other, if there's no other evidence of improvements, then obviously the first premise must have been the evidence itself, right? That it was an indicator. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think you were overthinking it just a little bit. And even if you couldn't get over that, I think you have to choose the best answer, right? And then when you choose B, that's pretty clear, right? It's like saying, you know, I'm running faster and faster. I haven't changed my shoes or gotten more muscular, right? What is the assumption? The assumption is that I'm not running downhill instead of uphill. Does that make sense? Like it's like you just got to choose the one that's way more clear. I think B is so glaring that obviously the difficulty of exams has not been falling. Don't overthink it. Okay, I think this one just cannot be overthought. You were overthinking it to the point where you discovered the wrong answer through like through like a circle. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyways, so let's do thank you, Adam or Sam, and then let's do question 5. Fasai, can you do question 5?
Yeah, sure. So this is a conclusion question.
Perfect. Which of the following conclusions is best supported? Okay. So you're reading it, right?
Yeah, I'm just reading it. Sorry.
So based on what I was talking to Sam about before, earlier in this question here, you have P1, right? Premise 1, premise 2, and then therefore a conclusion, right? In this case, it's giving you the P1 and P2s, but it's not giving you the C. So it's up to you to find the C. Does that make sense? So, all right.
Yeah. So it's saying that for zoos to attract the public, they should have interesting animals.
Okay.
And they're saying unless zoos attract the public, they're not likely to be profitable.
Okay.
So
what are the premises here? And by the way, it's not necessarily limited to 2 premises or it has to be 2 premises. It could be 3, it could be 1, it could be 4. You know, what are the premises here?
I guess zoos that you have to have interesting animals to attract the public.
Okay, so premise 1 must have interesting. By the way, this is like what the philosophy interview is like. The philosophy interview is all about premise 1, premise 2. That's just literally what it's always about. Okay, so anyways, P2 must have interesting animals so that people will see, right? So yeah. That people will see. Okay.
And you have to attract the public to be profitable.
Okay, so premise 2 is must attract public to be profitable. Okay, right? So therefore what?
Therefore you have to like attract people to be profitable. Sorry,
I was saying therefore which of the answers are correct?
Oh, well, the first sentence says that they're abandoning the idea of showing large numbers of animals, sorry. Which probably means that they won't attract the public. So zoos that concentrate on conservation are unlikely to make a profit because they're not going to attract people. So D.
Yeah, it's D. Yeah. Because it's the structure of the argument, right? P1, P2, therefore C, And obviously, if you don't have P1, then you can't have P2, right? If you don't have the interesting animals, then you won't be profitable. And do you see how the premises directly support the conclusion and how the conclusion is supported and vice versa? Because profit was mentioned in one of the premises. So that kind of tells you that that profit is going to be mentioned again in the conclusion. You don't want to extrapolate and come up with things that cannot be supported, right? It's asking you which is best supported. And when it's asking you what is best supported, don't make up additional information. Don't make assumptions. Just focus on what the premises say. Okay. Anyone have questions about this one? Okay, let's do 6. Maybe Augustine. Did you do one already, Augustine?
No, I didn't.
Okay, can you do 6, please?
Yeah, 2 seconds. Let me just read the question.
Yeah, let's read it together and go over it.
London Cars hire out cars at a cost of £50 per day if the number of miles traveled is less than 80. There's an extra charge of £1 per every mile traveled over 80 miles. Dunford Hire charged £60 per day for taking the car out and then 50p for every mile traveled. For how many miles traveled would the cost of hiring a car be the same for both hire companies? So the way I would do this is to test out for every value. It may not be the quickest way, but it would probably take me less than probably 1 minute 30, I'd say.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but it seems it doesn't seem like a very complex working out system. So all you do is, so for these, I don't know, it's just a take or a habit I have. I always start with E when I work out answer by answer, because in some of them they tend to give you the very last answer just to make you waste time working out. I don't know, it's just something I found.
That is true. So, that's very true. Yeah.
So
hold on a second. Can I propose something to you? What I think maybe if you're so quick at doing maths, right? Maybe something you want to start out with is, can you calculate first the cost of, so we know that Lenton Cars is £50 a day up to 80 miles, right? Why don't we just calculate how much Dunford would charge for the same thing if it was 80 miles? Can we calculate that real quick?
Yeah, Dunford would charge £100.
£100, right? Okay.
Yeah, because if it's 80 miles, you just add 40.
Plus 80 times 50p equals £100, right? So D equals 100 quid. So okay, if it's 100 quid and then Lenton is charging £50, then the difference between the two are £50.
Yes.
And then we can let me think. We can then calculate how much would need to be driven. How much? Okay, sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts. Essentially, like, how many more miles need to be driven to break even on the 100, which is a £50 extra charge compared to Lenton?
Well, then that would be.
You can also plug and chug it. Sorry, if that's confusing, you can also go ahead.
But if we use that method, we just have to look at the charge of Dunford Hire, since for Lenton it's just £1. So if we look at Dunford Hire, it would be 50p. So that would be divided by 2. So oh wait, no.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
No, I'm not very sure.
No.
Sorry,
it
doesn't make sense. What I said doesn't make sense.
Okay.
If we we would just plug in the 100 directly, since it's the highest cost between the two. It's £1, and that would give us 100 plus 80, so E, 180.
Yeah, that's one way of solving it. I think the rigorous way is the fact that after 80, both companies are, so after 80, Lenton starts charging the £1 for every mile, right?
Yeah.
And after 80, Dunford continues to charge the 50p. So the difference between the two companies is 50p per mile after, as a 50p per mile after 80 miles, right? So if you kind of think about it, to make up the £50 difference between 50 pounds and 100 pounds,
they have to
for
do
the
100
same
miles.
distance. Yeah, you need to do 50 pounds divided by 50p equals 100 miles, right?
Yeah.
50p per mile equals 100 miles. Plus the 80 is 180. And this, I think what's good about these questions is that it's really easy to go back and check, right? It's easy to just go back and multiply real quick. So for the first 80 miles, you can double check and to make sure that both of them cost the same amount. This should be a relatively easy one. It's a little bit time consuming because you have to work it out. I think another way to do this is like a system of inequalities, but that might be complicated. Yeah, does anyone have questions about this one? Anuli?
Yeah, when I did my method, I don't know why I got A. Can I just read out what I did and then can you say where I've gone wrong?
Sure.
So for the 100 miles, I was like, they start charging £1 like after it gets above 80 miles. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah, so every mile traveled over 80 miles. So that means out of the 100 miles, 20 would be at £1 a piece. 80 of them would be free, right?
Yeah, so I said for the Lenton one, if it was 100 miles, it would be a £20 extra charge because it's 20 extra miles. So that altogether would be £70. And then for the Dunford one, again, 20 extra miles. And then 20 times 0.5 is 10. And then I did 10 out of 60 and that was 70 as well.
I see. So the error you had was, I don't think you realized that Dunford Hire charges for each and every mile, not over 80.
Oh, okay, right.
Right. So Dunford, so it says that Lenton charges for the under 80 and free for under 80. And by the way, I've seen this question at least once before in a different format, where it was like when I don't remember the past paper year anymore, but it was something just like this, where it asked you like, oh, I think it was one about the guy renting a moving van. It was in town or out of town moving van or something like that. It's on one of the past papers. But yeah, just understand that in this question type, the reason why there's a difference in cost, because by your logic, it could have been B as well, or C or D or E. You just have to double check. Okay, double check and make sure that you remember one of them is going to have the per mile charge. One of them is not going to have the per mile charge. They just write the questions this way. Yeah. Okay, well, while I have you here, why don't you do question 7? Have you done a question yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, can you do question 7, please?
I'm not gonna lie, if I got a question like this, I'd probably skip it just because I know my weak spot is combining like wording with a graph and when there's a lot of extra info. But I'll still have a go, but can we go through it together? Because I'm
Yes,
still...
yes. No. Okay, on the test, I'm glad you recognize, like, if this is confusing, skip it. Okay, but let's just do it together for the sake of practice. Okay, so go ahead and read me the question, or let's talk about it.
So it's saying he wants to use a 10-acre field, and he wants 100 bales of hay from each acre.
Okay.
So,
and what does it say? Before cutting the hay, he's going to first do what?
Cut an acre around the edge of the field as silage.
Yeah. Okay. So he's making silage and hay, right? It says here he's supplying winter silage for the cattle and hay for the sheep, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's going to first cut an acre around the field to get silage, right? And then after making his hay in June, he will cut the whole field a second cut and then third cut silage in September. So it doesn't matter what months, it just tells you that he's going to cut it in different times of the year. And he's going to cut it first cut, second cut, third cut. So by the end of this, by this point, how much silage is he going to have? So let's just work it through then.
So I was just still really confused by the wording and like how to translate it to the graph, to the chart.
Okay. So the question is asking you about the silage. This is a little bit confusing because if you don't know what silage and hay is,
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Just think about it as he produces A and B. Okay, how much A is he going to have at the end of his harvest? Okay, so you start with a 10-acre field, right? So 10-acre field, and we're going to cut it 3 times, right? We're going to cut it the first time, the second time, and the third cut. And I'm just asking you in total from the 3 cuts, how much A are we going to have? How much silage are we going to have?
From the 3 cuts.
Yeah, well, combined. I mean, you know, that's what a harvest is. This is a little bit confusing, you know, if you're not a farmer, but I mean, I suppose you have to kind of make some assumptions here. So, okay, look, first cut, it says right here, right? Before cutting the hay, he's going to first cut an acre around the edge of the field as silage, right? He's going to cut just 1 acre, and then the rest of it, he's going to make hay. Right, so first cut, how many bales of silage is he going to get?
First cut the first acre on the edge. Wait, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm really lost.
He's cutting 1 acre from the edges. This is not a geometry question, by the way. He's just cutting an acre. If he cuts an acre of silage during his first cut, how much silage does he get?
If he cuts an acre of silage.
Yeah. You have to look at the graph. You have to look at the chart.
Yeah, is it 7 bales? Is it the first?
Yeah, it's 7 bales. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then the rest of it he made hay. But hay, by the way, it's not relevant here at all. The hay information, this is not relevant. This is the extra information they give you, right? Because it's asking you about the silage. Okay, after making the hay in June, he will cut the whole field, the whole 10-acre field, as second cut silage. So how much does he get from the second cut?
So if it's 10 acres and in the second cut he gets 5 bales per acre, is it 50 bales?
Yeah, 50. Okay, and the third?
Wait, is it 10 again for the, yeah, so 40.
40. And then the sum of that?
97.
97, right? Yeah, so see. Okay, this is a little bit of a tough one. I think you just got to read the question really carefully and at the end of the day, like, just understand that in this case, he was saying that he was using the 10-acre field, and that for the hay, which you can see here, the production of hay only happens in the first round, right? So when you hear him say before cutting the hay, then you know they're talking about first cut, and they're not talking about the second cut or the third cut. So it says before cutting the hay, he's going to cut 1 acre of silage. And then the next part, it says after making the hay, he's going to cut the whole field, the whole 10-acre field. Zara?
No, like you just answered my question there, because I was confused of on the first cut why he only had like 7 bales, but if you said that it's only after his second cut that he decides to cut the whole field, that answers
Yeah. Yeah. So look for those keywords like whole field and be sure to really pay attention to those. Okay. Okay. Let's do question 8. This should be an easy one. Let's have Diana do this one.
Sure thing. Let me just read it. Okay, so it's supposed to, when painted vertically from top to bottom, okay, on the new glass front door, will read the same from inside and out. Oh, okay.
Okay. So what's the answer?
I think it might be, I think C is there to deceive you because it's like.
Just tell me the answer. Just tell me the answer.
Okay, E.
E.
Because it reflects.
Did you say E or D? I can't hear you. Sorry.
I feel like it might be C, but it's too easy.
So it's asking you, okay, so it's asking you if you paint a door and let's say the door says C on it. And then like, if you look at the other side of the glass door, it's going to look like this, right? It's not, it's going to look different. So it's asking you which one of these can I paint on the door and have it be the same from the inside and the outside.
So then it might be E because it's when reflected that M is going to be a W.
Oh, I see where you're coming from. Is it reflecting, are doors reflected like up and down or is it left and right? Can you imagine like a glass door, if you're opening it, you're looking at it like this and then like this? Does that make sense? I mean.
Yes, sort of. I think this is just confusing me a little bit.
What you were saying was like, if the doors said, let's say W, E, E, M, and then you like flip the door upside down, it would look W, well, actually it still wouldn't be that. It would look like that.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Right? But I'm saying doors don't flip up and down. You know, when you open the doors, it's left and right. Yeah. So this is just asking about mirror reflection. Like what letters here reflect left and right? Still not quite there?
Still not quite there.
Okay. Let me think. Painted vertically from top to bottom of the new glass door. They need to have it needs to have vertical symmetry, right? Instead of like how can I explain this?
I think I understand what you mean.
So look,
So if we draw a line through the middle of the letter, it's supposed to be like.
Let's try this. Okay, so imagine this is me, okay, and I'm looking at the door like this, okay, and I paint the letters vertically, T-I-M-E, right?
Yeah.
If I look at the door from the other side, what do I see? I see T-I-M backwards E.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm asking you which one of these would be the same from the inside and the outside.
Yeah. I'm just doing them quickly now. I think D.
Yeah, it's D, right? Because
yeah, I was thinking about it very weirdly. I thought that, you know, I was thinking about
horizontally.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was at first thinking horizontally, but then you have to think about like, if it was horizontally, none of these would work.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So in this case, it's M-I-T-A, and it has vertical symmetry, right? So then when we see it from the other side, it also says M-I-T-A.
Yeah, then it becomes quite straightforward. Yeah.
All right. It's always straightforward when you know the answer. All right. Any questions about that one? Okay, so let's do the next one. Let's do D. Maybe GN.
Yeah, so this is like a flaw question. It's like most weakened above argument. So
Yeah,
I'll just read it through.
This is assess additional information question. Assess additional information, the impact of additional information. So go ahead.
So according to a recent survey, people believe that about a quarter.
Let me know when you know the conclusion of this passage.
Yeah, so according to me, the conclusion would be that these TV shows, we should stop making such programs which show the reenactments of the crime. And so I think the answer would be probably D.
The answer is D.
Yeah.
Yes, well, I think it's D, but can you explain it?
Yeah, so the elderly are the group least likely to watch reenactments on television. So because it says that the elderly are the most fearful, and since it is said that the TV shows make the general population fearful, so the paragraph implies that the elderly are fearful because they watch the TV shows. And if we say that, yeah, and if we say that it would most weaken, so if the elderly don't watch the reenactments, then how are they fearful?
Right, exactly. Can someone else? Great job, Gian. Can someone else tell me why it's not E? Diana.
Sure. So it says our conclusion is it is time that we stop making such programs because it leads people to be fearful. And E says attempts have been made to ensure that statistics of violent crimes are accurate, but that doesn't weaken the argument, doesn't talk about the conclusion that's stated.
Right, and the passage talks mainly about the perception, right? It says that it references statistics in the sense that statistics don't matter, right? It's literally saying
that
that
perceptions are inaccurate. Yeah.
There you go. Right. So anyways, that's why it's not E. And yeah, and actually B like Bravo, most elderly people are unaware of the statistics of violent crime. This actually supports the argument, right? B supports the argument because if the elderly people are unaware of the statistics, then they will go watch the TV programs and they will further fall into this argument, right? That we shouldn't have TV dictate fear of crimes, right? All right. Anyone have a question about this?
I just have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it wise during the exam to automatically, once we've found the conclusion of the passage, is it wise to automatically eliminate any answers that do not pertain at all to the conclusion? Like
It's a great
if the
question.
conclusion talks about if the conclusion talks about programs, should we automatically disqualify E because it's about statistics, B because it's about statistics, or should we consider them? Because
you should consider them if you have time. But to be honest with you, like, it really depends what phase of the test you're on. If you're in the first half of the exam, maybe like spend a little bit of time reading the other answers, but this should almost jump out at you, right? That that D is the answer. If you go through each and every one and think about why it's not, that's a phase 3 thing to do, right? Like in phase 3, if you have extra time, you can come back and really think about it. If you're unsure and it doesn't jump out at you, put down what you think it is, like D, and then write down that question number later, and then you can come back later and double check it. But otherwise, you don't have time. You really do need to go down with what you feel like the answer is. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Let's do question 10. Can we have Michelle do this one, please?
Yeah. Let me just read it.
Let's read it together.
Okay.
These are meant to be done together. Read the question first, please.
Which of the following is the best statement of the flaw in the above argument? So it's best statement of the flaw.
Okay.
Only shareholders are eligible to vote on the proposed takeover of a company by a multinational. They can either vote for or against, or abstain by not voting at all. And the side with the more votes wins. So if the majority vote in favor, the takeover will be approved. However, less than half of the eligible voters are in favor of the proposal, which means that the takeover will not be approved. So first of all, because it's like saying less than half of the eligible voters are in favor, like it says in the sort of second sentence that they cannot vote at all, even if they are eligible. So then I would go, sorry, I kind of like read through some of the answers. So I would go with C because it's saying, because C is saying like one side could win with less than half the votes, which has been said in the argument because eligible voters can abstain.
Right. This is a little complicated because you really have to understand what it's talking about. I think the answer is C as well. I'm trying to come up with a more rigorous explanation. It's saying that you can vote for or against and abstain, and then the side with the more votes wins. If the majority vote in favor, then the takeover will be approved. If less than half of the eligible voters are in favor, then the takeover will not be approved. That's the conclusion, right? The conclusion is if less than half the eligible voters are in favor, it means that the takeover will not be approved. This may make a little bit more sense if you study like first past the post elections and sort of how you can yeah, but anyway, so sorry, does anyone actually have a question about this one? I think this is one of those where, I don't know, I think this is one of those where you have to kind of understand the mechanism it's talking about. It's saying that you know, if there's 100% of people, and you know, in a system where you can't abstain, then obviously if this side is 51%, like 51% for, and then 49% against, then if it's less than half, obviously it fails, right? But then if you have a different system where sort of this is the disapproval, and then this was the approval, and then this was the abstentions, then it's possible for a takeover to be approved when there is less than half of the people approving. Does that make sense? Does anyone have a question about this one? Okay, good work, Michelle. Let's go on to 11. We're like almost halfway there. Oh my God. All right. Let's have Asfand. Can you go over this one, please?
Yeah, so is it a parallel reasoning question?
Yeah, this is a parallel reasoning. These are a little bit challenging, but I'm sure we'll get this one just right. So
I would use I'll substitute in algebra for this.
So what?
I'll use algebra for this.
Algebra?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, substitute in A.
Oh, right. That's not algebra. That's just
Yeah,
letters.
sorry.
Oh, okay. All right.
So if you want to earn a good salary these days, you have to gain considerable experience working abroad.
Okay.
So it's gonna be for B. I mean for
Wait, hold on a second. So we talked about this parallel reasoning. Can you tell me what letters you've substituted? Can you tell me this what your substituted result is?
Okay. For A, B, one has to do B. I mean.
Wait, hold on a second. So let's translate this into the A or B or whatever. What? Don't use A or B because those are the answers. Use X, Y, and Z, or use like P, Q, and R or something like that. You know what I mean? So if you want to earn a good salary, what would that be?
If you want to achieve X, you have to do Y.
If want X, must Y, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the second part of it? Can you translate the second part? That's fine.
Since you don't have X, you need to do Y. You need to leave the country.
Well, hold on. Just translate the question. Since I've always wanted to earn a huge salary, so how do I put that in X and Y?
Want X.
Okay, so want X.
Then must do Y.
Okay. Now we're ready to go and approach the answers. Okay, so go ahead. You got to talk out loud. You know that this I can tell you already. The tutors are going to hate this, where you're just thinking to yourself. You got to talk out loud, and you gotta just read the question out loud and like say what you're thinking to us.
Yeah.
So do it.
If I
so
had
read.
enough time to spend on this project.
Yep.
I know that I've been very successful, so that's gonna be.
So what is this going to be? You gotta speak up, man. You gotta talk to me. I know you're thinking, but you gotta say what you're thinking. You know, that's how you practice for interview. You gotta say what you're thinking. So if I had more time to spend on this project, is if X, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I know that it would be successful. So then Y.
X,
Exactly. So if X, then Y. No X, so no Y.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so if X, then Y. No X, therefore no Y. Right?
Yeah.
This means no, by the way, not. Okay. Okay, so then is that parallel or not?
No, I think it has a different structure, didn't it?
Okay, so let's do B then. Go ahead with B.
Sam knew if you wanted to write a film script, you have to learn special techniques. So if he wants to write a film script, he needs to do X. He needs to learn special techniques. So that's gonna be your X.
Okay,
I mean,
so
that's gonna be your Y.
So if X then Y, right?
Writing a film script is your X, and learning special techniques can be your Y.
Okay, and then continue. The second part of it is what?
He has enrolled in a course to learn how to write them. So he'll be writing his first script.
Okay. So can you say it in the X and Y one more time? But you gotta talk out loud. You know, if you don't make a habit of it now. Sorry.
He's doing Y, so.
So Sam. So let's start from the beginning, right? If he wanted to write a film script, he'd have to learn the special techniques. So tell me that in X and Y.
Writing a film script is X. He wants to do that.
So if X, right?
X must do Y.
If X, Y, right?
Yeah.
And then
he has enrolled on a course which is he's doing Y.
He's doing Y, okay, so Y, and then?
So he's going to be doing X soon.
Okay, so Y then X, right? All right, now let's do C.
If the foreign secretary can bring the two sides together for talk, there's a good chance for peace. So the foreign secretary wants to bring both sides to talk, which is going to be your X.
Okay, so if X, then there's a good chance for peace, right?
It has to bring both sides together, which is going to be your Y.
Okay.
Peace.
Well, both sides together is the X. Both sides together is X.
Yeah.
There's a good chance for peace is Y. Peace is something that both sides want, right? So want what? Want X or Y?
Yeah. So.
Do you want X or Y?
You want X.
Peace is peace is something that both sides want. So do both sides want X or Y?
Both sides want X.
No, both sides want Y, because we just said if the secretary can bring the two sides together, that's X, then there's a good chance for peace, which is Y. Both sides want the peace, so both sides want Y, so X.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. So
okay.
That doesn't match, but
okay, let's go to D.
If the doctor thinks that you should not be allowed to have bed for a short while, then you must be recovering well from your operation. So that's going to be
you gotta speak up, man. You gotta talk your thinking through. I can't stress this enough. And for everybody out there, you guys gotta, like during an interview, this is what you do in philosophy interview, right? Philosophy interview is about premises, conclusions, things like that. And if you did this during an interview, you would get like the lowest score possible, because you're not talking to the tutors, right? You're not interviewing, you're not speaking. You got to speak. And for example, in this case, I would read it and I'd say, if the doctor thinks you should be allowed, and I'd be like, oh, so if X, so I immediately assign a variable, right? If X, then Y. So if the doctor thinks you're allowed out of bed, then you must be recovering well. So if X, which means the doctor thinks you can be allowed out of bed, then you must be recovering well. Why? Right? So you have recovered much quicker, which means you are Y. You have recovered quickly. So if Y, then X, you'll be allowed out of bed. Right? Just gotta talk it through. Okay. So let's do E.
And he says if you really want to win London Marathon, so that's gonna be she wants X.
Okay, wants X.
She'll have to train every day.
She'll train every day is Y. Good, good.
She told me that she's determined to win the marathon. So she means that she'll be working hard. It means that she's gonna be doing Y.
Okay, so she's determined to what? So she wants to.
She's determined to do X to win the race.
Okay.
So she'll be doing Y.
So she wants to win, right? She is determined to win, and therefore she needs to be working hard.
Yeah.
Right. So what's the right answer?
I would say E.
E, yeah, E is the right answer. Does anyone have any questions about that?
I do. I'm
Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I picked E itself, but then in C, when I was like trying to assign the variables, that time I got that if X you need, so if you want peace, you have to bring the two sides together. So I think I switched it that way, and then I did two sides want peace, so you have to talk so you have to do Y, but then I didn't pick it because it's like it's not the foreign secretary who wants peace, it's the two sides that want peace. That's why I ruled it out and picked E.
Okay.
But I don't know if the variable assigning where I went wrong exactly.
I think you're overthinking a little bit, and also just the fact that you actually pointed out that sort of the first and the second sentence were a little bit incongruous, right? One was about ability to bring, and then the second was about what people want, right? And that's actually a little bit different from this, right? And also, it doesn't matter if you switched it or not. It's just that the fact that the second sentence was not about wanting tells you something about the whole thing. So you did what kind of Zara did earlier. You're kind of explaining why, like you're indirectly figuring out why it's not C. It's not C because of what you just pointed out. It's not C because the structures are different. Okay. Yeah. Emma?
It's not about this question, but I was wondering, would it be okay if I did the next one? I'm worried I have to go soon, and it's always really good to be able to like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know this is taking a considerable amount of time, but again, just because it's our last workshop, and I don't expect all of you guys to stay to the end. I'll do the remaining if there's nobody left. All right, Emma, why don't you do the next one, please?
Thank you. Just quickly read it. Okay, this one does actually look kind of hard. Okay, so you've got 5 parties, 400 seats, and the lowest amount a party can have is 20. Because we're looking for the largest number of seats that the third largest can have, we can say immediately from the start that the smallest has 20 and the second smallest has 21, because we want party number 4 and party number 5 to be taking up as small a proportion as possible. So 20 and 21. So party number 5 has 20 seats, party number 4 has 21 seats. So then 400 take away 41 gets you 359 seats left over. And that is divided among the last 3 parties. Well, sorry, the first 3 parties. Because we want the third largest party to have as many seats as possible, what I would do then is to divide that by 3 to sort of see, because you know when you divide that number by 3, the number of party 1, 2, and 3 are all going to be around that number, because we don't want them to differ too much. We want party number 3 to be as close to party number 1 and 2 as possible for it to occupy the largest share. So 359 divided by 3 is 119. So we know that it's going to be somewhere around the 119 mark. Annoyingly, 4 of the options are around that mark. But I think the easiest way to do it would be to look at the combination of these numbers that would give you a last digit of 9, because they have to add up to 359. That's the amount of seats you've got left. So some combination of this, 118, 119, 120, and 121 is going to add to 359. And the only way I can think to do that would be 120, 121, 118. Their last digit's 9, they add to 359. And then you've got the third largest party being quite similar to the first and second. You don't have a big disparity that's going to make it any smaller. So I think the largest party is 121, the second largest party is 120, the third is 118, so the answer is B. The fourth is 21 and the fifth is 20, I think.
Yeah, no, you got the right answer.
Okay.
I think this part could be improved a little bit, because if you divide 359 three ways, then it's about 120, 120, and 119, right? And you know that the two parties cannot have the same number of seats. So this is how someone could have got 119 if they didn't remember that you can't have one party with the same number of seats as the other, right? So how can you avoid that? Well, you have to obviously take away a seat from the third largest party, give it to this party, and then this party would have 121 seats. This party would have 118 seats, right? And the third largest party is 118. That's another way to come to the same answer.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah. This is interesting because I think you picked it up quite quickly, but whenever you see like largest number, you have to remember it's always something about maximizing something and then minimizing the other thing, right? So what Emma did was if there's 400 seats, and then we're trying to get the largest number of seats for the third largest party, how can that party have the most amount of seats if like the fourth and the fifth party are competing? So we have to reduce the fourth and fifth party to the lowest number possible, right? The fourth and fifth party has to have, it says right here, at least 20 seats. So the fifth party has to have 20 seats. The fourth party can't have 20 seats because the fifth party already has 20 seats. So the fourth party needs to have 21 seats. And then you take these and then you subtract, and you get 359. And then you figure out, okay, how do you divide those amongst, how do you now maximize the number of seats in the parties so that the third largest party is right behind the second largest party? And then you just divide 359 by 3. Okay. Any questions about this one? All right. All right, Emma. Yeah, thank you for that. And if you need to go, totally understandable. And thanks for coming. Let's do 13. Let's see, Abdullah, can you do 13, please?
Sure. I'm just going to read the question.
Let's read it together, okay?
Yeah.
Everyone's seeing this for the first time.
Okay. In an effect to monitor my fuel bills last winter, I recorded the readings on the gas and electricity meters on the first of each month as follows. So for the 1st of October, 2,842 electricity. Do I need to read the numbers?
No.
Okay, so it says which month did I use the most gas? So
okay. So hold on a second. What this is such a common question type. You gotta get this right from the get-go, right?
Yeah. So
what's the first thing you do here? First thing you do.
Okay. So obviously my first instinct would be to pick the 1st of April, but I know that's too easy. So obviously that's wrong. So
hold on.
So in the question it says it records the 1st of each month. So if it was the 1st of April, it should actually be March. That month they use the most gas. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. But the first thing you need to do is you need to cross off electricity because you don't want to confuse yourself.
Yeah,
it's not asking about that, right? So that's the first thing you do.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing you do is you look at the answers. There's only 5 answers, but how many months are there? There's 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, right? So yeah. November, December, January, February, March, we're missing October, right? So if the October reading isn't there, then what we started from in October doesn't matter. So we're just looking at the differences
right.
between these
yes,
5 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the difference between December and November, it's roughly around 250.
Okay.
So, is it all right if we just use estimations?
Of course.
Have to use, okay.
No.
Okay.
We use estimations first, and then if the estimations aren't good enough, we go back and we calculate.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's fine.
By the way, like earlier you were saying that you saw April was the biggest number, but you understand now that it's not about the biggest number because it's showing you the reading on the 1st of the month. The meter only spins up, right? It's like a
that's what the question says. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the difference between December to January, it's roughly around what, 280 minus 400. So it's roughly around 190.
Okay, 190. All right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so from January to February, it's around 360 minus 340. That's 380. Right. Sorry, just 1 second. So it's roughly around 180, the difference. So from February to March, it's 370. So that's roughly around 200 from February to March.
200.
Yeah, around 200.
Ooh,
Oh wait,
that's
no, sorry. I subtracted the wrong things. Yeah, 240, sorry.
okay.
So I'd look, see which one has the biggest difference, and it's A.
Wait, you didn't even do March yet.
Like, you need to, because like it's
All right.
like below 100.
True. All right, below 100. So it's not March. It's not December. It's not December. It's not January, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it must be between November and February.
Yeah, so November's obviously larger, so it's A.
November is how much? November is 252, right? And then February is 3914 minus 668 is 246, right? So
be November.
yeah, so November is correct. Okay. I'm a little bit concerned at how long you took to calculate these things. It should be a little bit faster than that. And another way you can do it. No. It's I'm just. You
The
didn't
thing
know
is,
how.
no, the thing is, you know, for TSA prep, I didn't know I was applying to Cambridge until like just before the deadline. I had my personal statement sorted. It's just I haven't had a lot of time to prepare for it, so I've been focusing on critical thinking, and then next week I'm going to be doing problem solving.
Gotcha. All right. Well, no. You approached it quite well, and I like how you didn't even try E because you knew it was a waste of time. Another piece of advice is let's say I'm looking at let's say I got November 250, right? Maybe for me addition is easier than subtraction, right? So I look at between this to figure out December, I need to figure out the difference between December and January, right? And I look at 328, 3281. I just add 250. If I add 250, suddenly my January is into like 353, right? So I know it's less than 250, and I don't need to further calculate. That's another way of doing it.
Yeah.
All right. Oops. Let's see. Okay. Can we have someone do 14? Who hasn't gone in a while? Has anyone not gone? Zara, can you do it, please? Yeah.
So the graph below shows the percentage of young women intending to vote at the next election compared with the figure for all ages of men and women. Which of the following statements can be deduced from the information provided? 1, women are more likely to vote as they get older. 2, women are less likely to vote than men. And 3, women are less likely to vote than the last election. So from the information that I can see on the graph, it's showing that women under 24 voted around 60%. But then as they get older, it seems like they're voting more, or that there's a higher percentage of women that are voting more.
Okay.
We can't actually know whether they vote more than men because it just puts men and women of all ages.
Wait, I'm sorry. For number 1, for premise 1, did you say that can be deduced or cannot be deduced?
That can be deduced.
Okay. How can you figure out what happens when they're over 30? Because it says right here all ages. How can you figure out whether or not? Okay, let's say in this graph here, this is the all ages, right? Let's just say women above 30 vote 20%, and it just happens to be that the men vote 100%. Maybe you can still get 70%. Does that make sense? So I don't think you can conclude that 1 is true.
I mean, yeah, I think I understand that but I think the problem, like what I was looking at was the chart of like women from 24 to 30.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why, but as the like 24 to 30 being a much older age group, the bar seems to like increase.
It does increase. You are right, but unfortunately, what it says here is not. It doesn't say women 24 to 30 are more likely to vote than women under 24. It says as they get older, which is from 24 until death, right? So you have it. Trust me, I totally get where you're coming from. I'm just telling you that when you see something about all ages, what it's asking you to understand is that you can't figure out how the behavior of women change past 30 using this information. It's not enough information, okay? And it's too big of a jump to say that women are more likely to vote as they get older. We don't know that. You can't know that based on just 3 bar graphs with only 2 of them telling you about women and the third one telling you about men and women, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do number 2, please.
So women are less likely to vote than men. One thing, I'm not sure, like based on what you just said now, I think I would just choose E, but should I go like step by step? Because if it's not one, then it can't be all of them. Therefore,
right. If it's not one, it can't be all of them. If it's not one, it could be B or E, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right.
So 2, women are less likely to vote than men. Well, we can't actually like conclude that because we don't have like a chart of men separately.
Exactly. The men aren't separated, right? So it can't be 2. Okay, so it can't be 2. All right, now do 3.
Women are less likely to vote than at the last election. Well, we don't actually have the figures of the last election.
Yeah.
We only have the ones of the next election.
So do you see how even if you thought number 1 was true, you still reach the right answer in a way? Because there's no option saying 1 only.
Yeah.
Right. So even if you thought 1 was true, you would end up realizing that it was either all of them or none of them. Right. So yeah, the answer is E. It's none of them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next one. Let's do, yeah. Raisha, please. Main conclusion. I like these. All right.
Yeah. So I'll just read it. So first, we have to find the main conclusion. Peat is organic matter which develops in wetland areas. It's ideal growing medium for plants, and there's tremendous demand. But only 3% is covered in peatland. Okay, so the but is quite significant.
Okay.
And continued harvesting will endanger these unique wetland habitats. Peat harvesting should be stopped immediately, and gardeners should be encouraged to use an alternative. I think the last sentence is the main conclusion, because that's an action sentence. So that would be option number D, option D.
Yeah. Okay. So you see how D is literally just rephrasing the last sentence? Okay, yeah. Good. I'm glad at how fast you found that, and you weren't distracted by the but. The but is important, but you realize that that's just a counter argument or something, or a additional information, because but in English can be and, or it could be sort of like it could introduce new information, or it could introduce contrasting information. So okay, let's do 16. I don't know. Adam, can you do 16, please?
Yeah, sure.
Why don't you do 16 and 17? Okay. We'll just speed it up. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So 16, it's an assumption question. So some employers operate a 3-shift system. This requires that any 3-week period an individual worker will have to work, for example. So that's the first premise. The first premise is that working a 3-shift system would be difficult to establish a routine of eating. Second premise is going to be working a 3-shift system reports a decline in their appetite. Therefore, the conclusion is going to be people working these shifts can lose weight. So from that, we can say the assumption, I think that's C, because that's the logical jump from the premises to the conclusion.
P2, less appetite. Right, it's difficult to have a routine of eating and drinking. I love how you put P1, P2. That can really help you on the test. You know, just to write down the sentences separately, especially when the sentence is on the screen and you can't underline. Right. So P1, that they have everything else before that was just background information about what a 3-shift system is. Right. That's not relevant to the conclusion. It's just telling you more information about what 3 shifts are. Right. So you said it was C, right?
Yeah,
Adam. Okay, yeah. It's C because obviously you can't take anything for granted, and what this argument takes for granted is that somebody who has a bad appetite can expect to lose weight, and obviously you have to connect the two things, and the connection would be if you don't have an appetite, you eat less food, and therefore you lose weight. Right? So, okay. All right. Anyone have questions about that one? 17?
Actually, it's just a quick question. Like,
Yeah.
in terms of strategy, would it be effective to see that, like, if the negative of an assumption equals the flaw of an argument, that it is the assumption?
Yeah, but is that really a robust way to? I think you might end up confusing yourself. I think so. You're saying that people who feel hungry eat more food. Like the opposite of C would be the answer.
Yeah, like I'm saying that if people who feel less hungry generally eat more food.
I see.
Like if I did that.
I think you're creating more work for yourself. Does that make sense? That's a really interesting way to solve it. I think what Zara is saying is, let's say the opposite of what C is trying to say is true. People who feel less hungry eat more food, and then you change the question to identify the flaw in the argument, then yes, it would be C, right? So that's interesting. You're kind of getting into logic a little bit. Don't confuse yourself. Just read it and find the underlying assumption. Okay. Yeah, Abdullah.
I was just going to ask, what's the easiest way to identify a premise? Because I think I identified the wrong bit of the passage as a premise.
The premises support the conclusion. So maybe in this one, remember, conclusion can be watch workshop 1 again, but conclusions are usually introduced by words like therefore, or it happens to be, or we can therefore find, or something that like closes the whole thing. So
yeah, I found the conclusion. Yeah.
So what supports the conclusion then, right? If the conclusion is they can expect to lose weight, then let's see, then they have a decline in their appetite, and it's difficult to establish any routine, right? So what I was saying was that everything before that is irrelevant. It doesn't,
support
the argument. It just tells you more about what a working shift is. It doesn't help you reach that conclusion, right? So even if this was a 10-shift system, it wouldn't matter, right? Because what we're talking about is the fact that you can't have a routine during these systems. Okay. You could say that an individual worker works a funny schedule as one of the premises, sure, but I think that's not really a needed sort of statement.
Okay. Also, there was one more thing. I sent you a message on Zoom, so if you could have a look at that, that'd probably be good as well.
Oh, okay. You'll have to email me in a bit.
Sure.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, we can talk afterwards if you're still here afterwards. Otherwise, I'll reply to your email. So don't worry about that.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
All right.
17. Adam, can you do 17?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Principal question. Just going to read it quickly. Okay. So I think the principle's pretty well summed up right in the middle there. If we make the exception to the law for one person, we've got to make it for everyone. And I think the bits that come after it are kind of irrelevant. It kind of says it in plain in the middle there. So with that in mind, we can just go through the answers. Because of the fire regulations, the number of people attending the concert will have to be strictly limited. That's not about if one, then we have to allow all. So we can rule that one out. B, growing urban traffic congestion means that in the future numbers of cars, I think that's irrelevant. C, all shoplifters must be prosecuted. If one is let off, others would expect the same leniency. That's exactly the same principle as the one in the question.
That one is something where I would stop further consideration. You know what I mean? Like I think that's it's such a dead-on match. I wouldn't waste any time looking at D or E. Save yourself 30 seconds, just move on. You guys see that, like, because this was a principle question, it actually outlined the principle. This one, you didn't even have to think. You just had to read the passage. It told you what the principle was, right? And the principle is something that we're actually used to this principle, like zero tolerance. If one person gets let off, then everybody surely needs to get let off, right? So did anyone have questions about this one? I think this one is pretty fairly simple. Adam, why don't you do 18 as well, please?
Okay. I'm just going to read it.
Okay.
Okay. Right. If it's going to show Warrington 20, then I need to make this screen bigger because I'm having to look right at my computer like this. Give me a second.
I emailed this to you, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll open it after I do this one.
Here, let me make this bigger then. There we go. Okay.
Thanks. So it's about rounding basically.
Okay.
If we look at just the example of the question, Warrington 20, then if it's going to show Warrington 20, then the distance is going to have to be 19.5, right? Because we're
yeah. So it's Warrington 20 means that Warrington's in 20 miles, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying that at least it has to be how many miles away?
19.5. It has to be, yeah, at least 19.5.
Because if it was 19.4, it would say what?
19.
Right. Okay. So, but then the next sign says Warrington 19, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it's Warrington 19, then it would have to be at least 18.5, which is rounded up to 19. So.
Okay, and then so we understand rounding already, right? Blah 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 blah. All right, half a mile further along the road. So they said this was just over half mile, right? That was the information given to us. And then half a mile further along the road, I'm gonna just say this is the road. So further along the road, there's a sign that says Warrington 18.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we know it has to be less than 18.5 if it's going to show Warrington 18. So yeah, I think that's right. So E seems appropriate because it's in between, it's just under 18.5.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say that just one more time? I'm sorry.
So because of what we've established previously, with 20 being greater than 19.5 and the similar approach for 19, if it's going to show 18, then we have to round down. So I'm right. So it has to be just under 18.5, if that makes sense.
Right. Can you explain that a little bit more rigorously?
Okay.
I know it's a bit challenging.
Yeah.
But it, can you just sort of like take into consideration the fact that this was just over half mile and this was half mile down the road?
Well, you're having to round down. So.
Okay, what are these two distances added together?
Half plus a half.
No, just over half plus a half.
Greater than 1.
Just over 1, right? That's the key word. If I add just over 1/2 plus 1/2, then it's just over 1, right?
Yeah.
So we know the distance between these two signs are it's just over 1 mile. Just over 1 mile. Keyword just over, right? Keywords just over. So what we said was that the explanation for the W19 sign appearing just over half a mile was because we had to round down to get to 19. No, sorry, we had to round up to get to 19. If W20 is just over 1 mile away, and then we subtract just over 1 mile from 19.5, right? If you do 19.5 and you subtract just over 1 mile, what do you get?
You asking me, sorry?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
If you have just over 19.5 and you subtract 1.
If I have just over 19.5 and I subtract just over 1,
yeah,
what do you get?
Just over 18.5.
Just under.
Right. I think. Sorry, the way it was really it's kind of overcomplicated.
Yes, I'm just trying to get a more rigorous sort of way of solving. No, listen, you had the answer right from the beginning. I'm just trying to get a more rigorous way of solving it. It is E. Yeah. Right. Does anyone have any questions about this?
Yeah, I did this through like the process of elimination, so it took like quite some time. But I mean, I don't know, like during the exam, how do you develop a way to do this question without spending time on figuring out a mechanism?
I think you have to pick up on what it's talking about with the rounding. There's obviously no way to prepare for this specific type of question, right? Like you have to understand rounding and you have to kind of understand how they're trying to get you to think. They're trying to get you to think that the conundrum they introduced to you. You know what, actually, now that I think about it, Adam, I think you'd agree with me that the second sign doesn't even matter. The W19 sign doesn't actually matter. You know, yeah. So the W19 sign was irrelevant. Oh, I don't know what just happened to my.
If it's all right, could you explain it again?
Sorry?
If it's all right with you, could you just explain that question again?
Yeah, no problem. What just happened? Okay, sorry, I think I lost some writing there. Okay, so let me just explain it one more time. There's a sign on the road. It said Warrington is in 20 miles, right? And the passage introduces a small problem. it says that just over half a mile later, so not 1 mile later, but just over half a mile later, it says Warrington 19. And it's asking you, how is that possible when there isn't 1 mile that's gone by? The only way that can happen is through rounding. So let's say for this one, we know that to round to 20, the distance to Warrington must be at least 19.5, right? And if over half a mile, just over half a mile later, so let's say, you know, it was now 19.0, that's why the sign says W19. However, 1 mile has not gone by. It's just 0.5, but that was enough to get you to round down instead of rounding up. Got that part? All right. Just over a half a mile down the road, sorry, half a mile further down the road is a sign showing Warrington 18, right? And it's asking you, okay, what is the distance now to Warrington that it shows as 18 and not 19? Well, obviously it must be less than 18.5, right? Because if it was 18.5, the sign would still say Warrington 19. So the sign has to be just under 18.5. And then you might ask, well, why is it not, it could be any of these answers, right? Why is it not 18.2 or between 18.2 and 18.4? Well, the clue is here. It says just over half a mile from 20. So we know that this has to be greater than 19.5, right? So just over half a mile, just, again, I'm gonna put just over, J-O, half a mile. And then between these two signs was exactly half a mile, right? So if you do half mile plus just over half a mile, it equals just over 1 mile, right? So if you're just over 1 mile from 19.5, which is the minimum to get to show both W20 and W19, then the answer here would be 18.4 and 18.5, just under 18.5.
Wait, so after you added the just over half a mile and the half mile, you obviously get 1.5, like 1 point, no, not 1.5, just over 1.
Yeah, let's say 1.01 then.
Right. So then when you add that up, you should get, it has to be greater than 17.5 and less than 18.5. So if you add 18.4 plus 1.01, you get 19. Sorry, I'm a bit.
No, that's fine. I think it just comes over what just over means. Just over means we just tipped over the rounding in this case, right? We just tipped over. Let's say this was 0.5, and then just over is 0.51. Okay, and then the total distance is 1.01. We're saying it's 1.01 from 19.5, right? We already established that the W20 sign needs to be at least 19.5 miles away to show 20.
Right, okay, got it. Yeah, so you have to use the minimum limit of 19.5.
Basically, use the minimum limit, and then you subtract 1, which gets you to 18.5, and the just over gets you right under 18.5. Therefore, you're between 18.4 and 18.5.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Because think about it, if it was these distances, then the problem falls apart, because if it was, let's say, 18.2 miles away, then you're 1.3 miles away from the original sign. That doesn't make sense anymore. Okay, all right. 19. Can someone do this real quick? Diana, can you do this one? No. And Charles, can you do this one, please?
Yeah, number 19.
I like this one. This is the one I told you is my favorite type of question. It's just the ones where you need to just, choose the data you need, basically.
Yeah, so we've been told the There are 8 other members of the committee that need to be sent out envelopes to, and each is 70 grams. However, 3 of them require an additional 40 grams in each envelope. So we can say that 3 of the envelopes require 110, and the other 5 require 70, not 4.
Good catch. Yes. That is okay. Yep. Continue.
And then, so I did the closest. So if you look on the table, 70 is just under 100, and by second class postage, that would be 29 cents.
So okay, so she says that I'm going to send second class, right? So we automatically sort of remove all the first class options, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so cheapest second class is 29 cents for the 70p stuff.
Yeah, so I times that by 5, which got me 145 cents. And then repeated the same thing for the 110 gram envelopes, which are in the third category. So yeah, 36 times by 3, which is 108 cents. And then you add them together to get $2.53.
That's it. You got it. Any questions about that? Okay, good work. Why don't you do 20 as well, Ancho, if you don't mind?
Okay.
By the way, this is spatial reasoning. Let's just skip this one. But let's see. Yeah, this is. Can anyone figure out what this is?
I thought it was spatial reasoning.
Oh no. But I mean, like, do you know what the answer is?
Yeah, I went through and went through each folded dotted line and folded it and see which ones I'd get, and then by process of elimination, I got the answer is B.
Yeah, it's B. It's B. You can actually, you don't have to try all the folds. If you just look at B, and you think, well, if this edge is here, and this edge is here, which is this one and this one, and then I fold sort of this hole over like that, then obviously this is not cut out. If that's not cut out, that must be blocked in like that, right? So it's not possible to have a hole after folding it. Anyways, just for fun, for spatial reasoning fun. All right, let's do 21. Can we have, I don't know, Zara, can you do 21, please?
So in the 1960s, the drug cardiakind, after the usual period of, so this is to draw the conclusion question.
Draw the conclusion. Okay.
Yeah.
So and draw the conclusion, just a reminder, we have the premises, but no conclusion, right? So we need to see how the premises lead to a conclusion.
So after the usual period of carefully monitored clinical trials was declared by its manufacturers to be unusually safe and very effective in lowering cholesterol levels in the blood. The World Health Organization carried out exactly the same kind of trial on the drug, but for a much longer period than the usual 5 years. The results in 1980 showed the mortality rate from all causes for those of cardiakind was 25% higher than for those who, those similar in other respects, had not taken the drug. So it starts with like the drug, and then it was sent, like they look at the trials in the 1960s. We start with like the first premise, that it was declared unusually safe and very effective in lowering cholesterol levels. But then the World Health Organization had the trial for much longer and said that the mortality rate was 25% higher for those who had not taken the drug. So one, it's saying that it's like really safe and effective, and then the other one is kind of like implicitly saying that since the mortality rate was like, yeah, it's that it's not safe. So I think that really what we can maybe conclude it's A, because we can't really, like, if I look at the other options, taking cardiac reduces life expectancy by 25%. We can't really conclude that, because like it's only showing that the mortality rate for those who had not taken the drug was higher.
Right.
We can't really say that it reduces life expectancy by 25%.
Right. But I think well, you got the right answer. I don't want to dwell on this one for too long. Does anybody have a question about this one? Because by the way, B is very simple. Life expectancy is not the same as mortality rate, right? The length at which you live is not the rate at which you die. Raisha?
Yeah, I put C because I thought that, like, you can assume that at first you thought that it solves the problem of cholesterol, but later it was proved that it doesn't, because the people would die. So
Well, we don't know, because it says they died from all causes, right? So we don't know if they died from cholesterol issues, because this is talking about how the drug may be dangerous to life, right? I mean, the passage is talking about how the drug is maybe dangerous for life, because it's talking about mortality rates, and that includes side effects. It's not talking about whether or not it's about safety, right? Because it mentions safety, and it mentions that it's effective in lowering cholesterol levels in the blood. The second part, it doesn't talk about cholesterol levels. It just talks about how dangerous it is, right? So I think C is a bit of a jump. C, we don't know the causes of death for these people who were found to have a higher mortality rate. We just know it might be less safe. We don't know that it was less effective at reducing cholesterol. You can die in more than one way from, than having high cholesterol.
yeah, right. I think I missed the from all causes.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so Zara, can you do 22, please? And we have 10 more questions after this, and we'll be done. So 22, please.
Sorry, can you scroll down?
No problem.
So this one is looking at the flaw of the argument. So I'll start reading. In this senior management post, we need someone who can keep a cool head in a crisis and react quickly to events. The applicant says he suffers from a phobia about flying and panics, especially when an aircraft is landing, and that therefore he would prefer not to travel abroad on business if it could be avoided. He is obviously a very nervous type of person who would clearly go to pieces and panic in an emergency and fail to provide the leadership qualities necessary for the job. Therefore, this person is not a suitable candidate for the post. So looking at this prompt, I think looking at like previous workshops, I would try to look at where the logical kind of jump follows.
Yeah.
The applicant is talking about so the senior management post wants people that keep a cool head in a crisis, and the applicant says that he just suffers from a phobia about flying.
Right. So there's what?
Like, I don't think that really follows into this person wouldn't be suitable for the job. So I would say that it's C.
Yeah, let's see. I think this one was easy because, like, I don't know about you, but when I read it, I was just like, okay, if he suffers from a phobia of flying, what does that have to do with his response to the crisis, right? Just like you said. I mean, this one was such an obvious jump, and we didn't even need to map out the P1, P2 conclusion for this one. Okay. Right. Anyone have questions about this one? Okay, 23. Let's get Augustine. Can you do this one, please? 23.
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to read the question first?
Yeah. Just skim through it with us. No.
Modern industrialized countries. So the conclusion is that if these developing countries, well, the phrase of the conclusion, even assuming that the population in developing countries remain fixed at the present levels, it follows that if the standard of living in these countries is to reach those of present-day industrialized countries, considerably increasing production and hence considerably higher consumption of resources will be unavoidable.
By the way,
statement,
when you see it follows that, that's almost like a formal logic thing, right? That tells you the conclusion is coming right now. So even assuming is a premise, right? Because any assumptions you need to make to get to a conclusion is a premise. So even assuming that the population, blah blah blah, that's a premise. In case that was not clear, that's a premise. So, anyways, continue, please.
So if we look at A, the population in developing countries is likely to increase substantially over the next decade. Well, here we've assumed as a premise that it would stay fixed, so A is irrelevant. B states that many of the resources needed for industrial production are increasingly expensive to produce. Similarly, it's irrelevant because it brings in the factor of price of production. C says new technological developments in industrial processes are likely to reduce the need for high consumption of resources. I believe C would be what weakens the argument, because if these new technological developments arrive, they are a new factor in the equation, which will contradict the conclusion, thus weaken the argument. So I think it's C.
Good. Yep. Does anyone have any questions about this one? Yeah. No? Okay. Many of the resources needed are increasingly expensive to produce. Yeah, B is talking about prices, which we don't even mention in here, right? So in here, the premises talked about how, and the premises and the conclusion talked about how there's just this increase in consumption of resources, right? It doesn't really talk about like, oh, based on prices or based on prices lowering or staying the same or something. That's quite a jump. B is quite a jump. Okay, well, can you do 24 as well, Augustine?
Yeah, for sure. The table shows the number of male and female students studying a selection of subjects at a college. In which other subject was the balance? So I would immediately look at music, and well, this is a ratio question. So
yeah,
look at music, which would be 6 to 10, and then we look for every other subject. So biology is pretty close. It would be 6 to 10 approximately. Geography is completely far off, so we can disregard that immediately. So is German. I think by looking, we can already tell it's going to be biology because it's the closest one. So I would assert that it's A.
This one was unbelievably easy, I think. Almost suspiciously easy. So maybe we just double check one more time, right? But that was almost too easy. But you guys know how to work with proportions, right? Like if you want to apply 6 out of 10 to this, if 18 is 6 out of 10 of something, what is X in this equation? Gian.
Sorry, could you repeat that actually?
I said if you're looking, so if you want to check if 67 is if you want to check if 18 is 6 out of 10, 6/10 of 67, what is X in this equation here?
It's 30.
Huh?
30.
30, right? Yeah. So obviously it's not 67, right? So this proportion here is closer to 6 over 3 over 10 than 6 over 10. Does anybody not understand proportions or understand this question? Okay. Next one, 25. Gian, can you do this one, please?
Yeah. So for this one, it's like 11 a.m. for 8 hours. So it's basically 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Now we have to see that till 4 p.m. it's 2 pounds. So basically for the first 5 hours, it's 2 pounds. That make it 10 pounds for the first 5 hours. And then for the next 3 hours till 7, it's 1 pound, so 3 pounds, so 10, 3, 30 pounds. So answer is 3.
So 13?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's correct, right? Yeah, because the answer can't be C, D, or E, right? Because it costs 15 pounds all day to hire it. How can you pay 16 if it costs 15, right? And also the answer is not E. E would be if you added in the refundable deposit. It doesn't, the deposit is not a cost. The deposit you get back when you return the bike, right? All right, this is easy. This is the kind of stuff that I would skim through and try to answer first. You know what I mean? And this stuff kind of really sticks out to you. Okay, 5 more questions or 6 more. Let's do 26, please. Can we have Fasai, can you do this one real quick?
Yeah, sure. All right, so there's 3 lighthouses. One flashes every 90 seconds, another flashes every 120 seconds, and another flashes every 50 seconds. So we're trying to find something that's like divisible by all of them if they're going to flash at the same time. So 6 minutes is 360 seconds. 7.5 minutes is 450. 10 minutes is 600. 1,800. I think 1,800 is divisible by all of them. So I think my answer would be D.
Okay. Yeah, the answer is D. But why is it not 600?
600 is not divisible by 90, I think.
How do you know it's not divisible by 90 right off the bat?
Because multiples of 90 would be like 540 and 630.
Yes, that is true, but if it's divisible by 90, sorry, this is another like quick math skill. I'm sure you heard of this. Like if something's divisible by 9, the digits have to add together to 9, right? So
I didn't know that actually. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. So 6 plus 0 is 6, right? And that tells you that this is not divisible by 9, so it can't be 90. 1 plus 8 is
really
what?
Helpful.
Yeah, 1 plus 8 is 9, so you know this is divisible by 9. And if it's divisible by 9, obviously with the 0 is divisible by 90. So yeah. Does this make sense to people? Because I know that this question came on another one where they were running on the track, and then there's another one where it was the orbits of the planets, right? It was the frequency at which they orbited. You may have to convert like Fasai did into the seconds, right? Because you can't work with different units. You don't want to work with portions of minutes or something like that. And also, let's say you're working with fractions. Let's say it says, oh, the lighthouse flashes every half minute, right? You can either convert that to 2 times a minute, or actually in this case, I would just convert to just 30 seconds, right? 30 seconds per 30 seconds per interval per event occurrence. Okay, so yeah, the answer here is D. Zara?
No, I just wanted to discuss like a strategy that I use for the question.
Yeah.
So that would be viable too. I just figured out like the lowest common multiple. I'm not sure like that ended up.
That's what we're doing here.
Oh,
yeah, no. What Zara said, like you have to find what is the smallest number that can be that these all go into, right? And they don't go into C, they don't go into B, they go into D, right? So at just to drive this point home, sorry, this is really obvious, but if the light so at the 360-second mark, at 6 minutes, what's happening with this first lighthouse? It's flashing for the 4th time, right? Because it flashes 90, 180, 270, 360. So it's flashing for the 4th time. What happens with this one? It's flashing for the 3rd time because it flashes 120, 240, 360. But then this one is in between the 5th and the 6th flash, right? I mean the 7th and the 8th flash, because it flashes for the 7th time at 350 seconds, and it flashes for the 8th time at 400 seconds, right? So it doesn't flash at 360. If you needed to understand why we're looking for the least common multiple, they all need to go into the answer. Okay, 27. Wow, this is a long one. Why don't we have I don't know, who hasn't gone and wants to go real quick?
Should I go?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I think it's X. So so first you have to find the parallel reasoning.
Yeah.
So the company has been making large losses. So the company has X, which will cause Y, which is a sizable number of workforce will lose their jobs, which will cause Z, which is the economy will suffer. And since yeah, so if X happens, Z will happen. That's, I think, what the logic is.
So just can you just say one more time using only the words if, then, and letters, please?
Okay. If X, then Y, and if Y, then Z.
Perfect.
Therefore, if since X, no, therefore if X,
So
then
right.
Z.
So if X, then Z, right?
Yeah.
I that is so concise, and I appreciate how you got that straight on. Okay, so let's do let's run through A, B, C, D, E real quickly.
So A is if we don't, okay, so if X, then Y.
So if you don't pay nurses more, many of them will go and work in private hospitals. So if X, then Y.
And then there will be fewer of them to provide care, so there will be Z.
If Y, then Z.
Yeah. So if we want Z, we therefore X, but that doesn't match because it's want. So
it says that we want to maintain high standards of nursing care in our public hospitals. That's a little bit different from everything. So I might just assign a different letter like W. If we want to maintain, so fewer of them to maintain, so there will be Z, right? So if this is almost like if not Z, right? To avoid Z, then we must pay nurses
more, yeah. So not X.
So not X, right? Yeah, exactly. So okay, regardless of how you phrase it with a W, we can see that's not right? This is not it. Okay, continue, please.
So if hot weather, so if X, foreign families holidays will decrease, so Y, and thus travel companies will go out of business. Hence, if X, then we'll get bargains, which is another, I think it's W, like bargains is W. So I think that's, we can eliminate that.
Right. So if the hot weather continues, so if X, then W, right? This W is the whole like bargain holidays.
Bargain.
Right. Like that's a new premise. That's a completely new information, right? And remember, it doesn't match with the original one because the original one said if X, then Z, right? And so if X, then fewer people will book foreign holidays. It doesn't, so in this case, it doesn't say if hot weather continues, we can see fewer people book foreign holidays. It says something totally different. It says W, right? So don't make a jump, right? Remember, it's asking for the most closely parallels. If it's not exactly Z and you have to go and create W, for example, in this case, this new premise of we can expect many bargain holidays, it doesn't say anything about expecting bargain holidays, right? Yes, you can kind of derive that. You can say, well, if the travel companies are going, I mean, if fewer people are booking, then maybe the bargains are going to be more. But that's a stretch. That requires you to logically jump to that. So don't jump. If you jump, assign a new letter. Okay. C, please.
Yeah. Okay, so if X, then we could raise pensions. So Y. If people were given pensions, you could spend if old people were given pensions, they could spend more. So that's Z. So if we want people to lead happier lives, we must be prepared to pay tax. I mean, I guess we could keep it, but I think it's a bit of a reach to assume that food and heating is equal to happier and healthier lives. It's not explicit, but we could keep it because even in the yeah, I mean.
So if no, that's kind of weird. This is an extra capitalization there. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like we could keep it. It's not even the same structure anyways, right? We must pay higher taxes, right? So we must X, right? So the 2X already doesn't match the 2Z, right? So it doesn't matter if you put W or X here or X or Z or whatever it is. This isn't right. So how about D?
Right. If X, then Y. And then prices will stop declining. So yeah, I think we can eliminate this because there's no like lean back to Z. It just stops at there should be no X.
Yeah.
And
or
then we go
or
can go
like
with
well, it's saying if X then Y. So if house prices fall, then more people than Y and then people buy homes. So if the prices and if more people are buying, then the prices will stop declining. So that's if Y then Z. So the fall in house prices must soon come to an end. So not X, right? So not X, because not X was the houses continuing to rise, continuing to fall. So they would no longer fall. So not X, right? How about E?
Yeah. So if X, then Y, and then Z because people will complain. So so if no X, so yeah, so if X, then Z because people are gonna complain. So it's the same as the first argument, I think. So we can go with it.
The drought does not end soon. So unless we get rain soon, yeah, that's both X, isn't it? That the drought does not end soon, aka there's no rain, right? So so this is the same. Is E? You guys got it?
Yeah. So we can go with E.
Cool. All right.
For both of these questions on the paper, the answer has been E. So maybe it's better to start from. For both of these questions on the parallel reasoning on this paper, the answer has been E.
I can tell you that
look through each one.
I can tell you that's not generally a thing, but if you're superstitious about it, start from E. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's kind of funny actually. Okay, let's do 28. Can we have I don't know, Diana, do you want to do 28?
Sure. So Janet's mother has sent her to the greengrocer to buy oranges. Okay. So first things first. If she sent her if she knew that oranges were 12p each yesterday, then she must have sent her with an amount of money that's a multiple of 12. So we have that. I've figured that one out.
That's a really good first conclusion. Actually, I'm surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised that you came to that. That's really important to figure out, right? That obviously she got something times 12.
Okay.
In money.
Yeah. So if she buys 8 or more, the price of all oranges bought is reduced by 2p each. Okay. So for if the amount of oranges that she buys, if that x is over or equal to 8, then she gets, for every x, there's minus 2p. She finds you now by 2 more oranges.
I'm sorry, if the prices of all oranges is reduced by 2p, then what is the price?
It must be 2 minus x.
No.
Oh,
What's the
10,
price?
10, right.
10p,
10.
right?
Duh.
So if it's 10p, then it means the amount that oh, man, what is going on? Okay, whatever. The amount that the mother gave her must be divisible by 10 and 12, right?
Right.
So
okay. Now we have to figure out, I'm sorry, we have to figure out the amount that she gave her, which would be a multiple of both those numbers, a common multiple, yes, that's the word, and with which you can buy 8 or 10 or 12 oranges, whatever. So if it's 10p per orange, then if she buys 8, that would be 80, and 80 is not a multiple of 12. For 10, she would pay 100, which again is not a multiple of 12. And then I'm looking at this, obviously it's going to be 12 because 120 is a multiple, 12 and 10, both.
120 is a multiple, exactly, multiple of 10 and 12, right? So it makes sense for her to have received 120p before to buy 10 oranges, now to buy 12 oranges. She can buy 2 more. That's over here, right? So the answer is C, 12. This is also one where, like, if you really didn't know how to approach it, you can just plug and chug, right? You can just you can just multiply, right? If she buys 12 now and the price is 10p, there's 120p's. And then she could have bought 10 oranges before, right? You know, that won't take too long to figure out. Okay, everyone good? Okay, 4 more questions left. Let's do 29, please. Can we get I don't know, Abdullah, can you do 29?
Sure. So it's a main conclusion question. So there has been a decline in the rate of many of the illnesses of old age. For example, arthritis, dementia, and strokes are all declining year by year. The causes of this decline include such medical advances as beta blockers to control high blood pressure and flipping of hip replacements. However, there is another factor. The present generation of 60 and 70-year-olds had much better nutrition as children than their parents. Good nutrition in childhood is important in laying the foundations of good health in adulthood. Since improvements in nutrition have continued over the past 60 years, we can expect that many of the illnesses of old age will continue to decline. Okay. Just 1 second. I'm just like thinking. I'll explain what I'm thinking in a second.
Sure.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna go with B because like it's explicitly stated within the text.
B is the rate of many illnesses of old age have declined. So that was the first sentence of the passage, right?
Yeah, and I think that's basically the conclusion of it, because the argument sort of hints at that through all its premises and points.
Okay. I think you should put it through the test real quick, right? Like,
Sure.
What does this part of the text talk about?
So it talks about how the 60 to 70-year-olds had better nutrition than when they were kids, and that's also a factor that played in reducing illnesses. So based on that and the fact that there has been a decline in like mental illnesses, we can expect illnesses to just like decline. I just repeated what I said.
Do you think that maybe the last sentence is a stronger conclusion? Because is the first sentence just a topic sentence? It's just like something to catch your attention.
Oh wait, I know what I've done. I've picked out a conclusion, but it's not like the main conclusion, is it?
Well, that wasn't a conclusion to begin with. There has been a decline is not a conclusion, because it's introducing the, how can you conclude it when you haven't told us how? Well, no, that's not exactly right. I mean, look, the first sentence can sometimes be the main conclusion, okay? But in this case, it definitely is not, because you need to factor in what the rest of the premises say. The rest of the premises are about nutrition, right? And then everything's put together, the decline in the illness, the fact that there's, and it talks about the cause of a decline, and then it talks about, you see, it says there is another factor, right? So it introduces another premise. The other premise is that the nutrition is better.
So it's E.
Yeah, so I'm sorry?
So it's E, right?
E? No, because E is an assumption. E is not a conclusion. E is where is it here? E supports the conclusion. E is also an assumption, but E doesn't actually, it doesn't say E in the passage.
I'm just going to read the text once more.
Yeah.
Would it be D?
It is D, yes. Because I think this one you gotta you have to see like there are some words like we can expect, right? Like that kind of leads into it. This one is not as clear because it doesn't use words like therefore, right? We can, stuff like that. So, but I'm always cautious when the first sentence seems like the conclusion, right? Because if everything is following, if everything from that is just building on more to 29, to the first sentence, right? If it says the first sentence and then everything after that is kind of like continuing to repeat the first sentence and stuff like that, it's probably not the main conclusion. It's probably just like the introduction. 29 is very much an introduction sentence. Okay. All right. All right. Good work. Let's do 30. Let's see who's not asleep yet. Fasai, can you do 30 real quick?
Hi, yeah, I'm still here. It's actually like almost, it's like literally 2 a.m. But
yeah, we're gonna let you go soon. Unbelievable.
I think I'll just like stay till the end though, because like I think it's really helpful just to like look through all the answers. Yeah, okay. All right, so they all sell the same range of prices. Discounted in the form of vouchers for every 100 spent. Which store offers the best long-run value for money? Looking at the first like choice, like make it, they say it costs on average less than Saw Sharp. So make it's going to be cheaper than Saw Sharp. Nuts and bolts is they have a voucher and they're also cheaper than make it. So I'm inclined to think that nuts and bolts might be a possible choice.
I'm sorry
Top-
to interrupt, but
Oh, yeah,
does dear mean more expensive or less
it
expensive?
means cheaper, I think.
No,
I'm not
dear.
sure
might be
actually. It
more
means
expensive.
Oh, dear means more expensive. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, that's a
I
good
think
one.
I
That's
must
a
have mixed it up.
dear, it's going to cost you dearly, right? Like your mistake is going to cost. Yeah, that's where that comes from. And also,
sorry,
it
my bad.
by the way, it logically follows, right? Because if I'm giving you 10 pounds back for every 100, but the prices were cheaper, how does that make sense, right? It would only make sense if the prices were more expensive to compensate for the 10-pound voucher I'm giving you. So if you get stuck on that, you can infer from the words.
Oh yeah, that makes more sense. Sorry.
No.
All right. So
So everything seems so I think the first way to approach this, right, just to give you a jumping off point,
yep.
this is saying 5% more expensive than make it. This is saying more expensive than here, and this is saying more expensive than here, right? So surely we need to figure out these two first, right? But look at this. It says 5% less than saw sharp, so that's less than this. So everything kind of leads back to what the price of saw sharp is. So can we set a price at saw sharp and then go from there?
Do we just like assign a number?
Sure. Like what do you think might be a good number to assign here? Like a purchase amount?
100?
Okay, 100. So how much would something cost at saw sharp?
100, but you'd get a 5.
Yeah,
Like,
so it would cost how much?
95?
95, right? Okay. So then let's continue.
So make it would cost 5% less than that. So
5% less than what?
Less than saw sharp.
And how much does it cost at saw sharp?
100?
Yes.
Yes. So
it
that
costs
would be
100, right? It doesn't. We should see this as like semantics, right? But cost versus pricing, right? It's priced at 100. You got 5 pounds back. That doesn't make the item actually 5 pounds cheaper on the shelf. On the shelf, it still costs 100 pounds, right? So make it is 95 pounds, right?
Yep.
Right. Okay.
All right. So Trial Trader has prices 5% more expensive than saw sharp. So that's
okay.
95 plus 4.25, so 99.25.
4
And then
point,
you get
4 point what? 4.25, 4.75.
Oh.
Because 9.95 times 5 is 4.45 plus 2.5, right? It's 4.75.
Oh yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Oh,
yeah, so yeah, 99.75, but it says you get a voucher for every 100 spent. So you wouldn't be getting any money back, I guess.
Price is 99.75.
Oh,
well,
for Trial Trader. Wait.
Sorry?
Oh wait, actually, never mind. Sorry. I think
99.75. You are right, but we're asking for long-term. So you are 100% right. Technically, you're not supposed to get the voucher, but we calculate the voucher anyways because it's about proportions, right? Let's say I spent 200 pounds, right? Like, does that make sense? You still calculate. We could have used 200 pounds and this would have been, let's say 190, right? And this would have been 190 or whatever, right? So, and then this would have been 190, this would have been 199.50. And you still would have gotten a £6 voucher. Does that make sense? Like, don't don't worry about the fact that you're not going to get the rebate because you missed it by 25p.
Because like long term, you're going to spend more.
It's about long term. That's why it says long run, right? Because it's supposed to matter sort of law of large numbers, right? So 99.75, you get £6 back. So that the kind of cost to you is what?
93?
Yeah, 93.75, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then $10 for Trial Trader, you've got prices 5% more expensive than Saw Sharp. So prices at Saw Sharp are 100.
Yep.
So that's 105 minus 10, that's 95.
Okay, and then the last one?
And the last one is 10% more expensive than Make It. Make It's priced at 95. If I'm
Yep,
correct.
95, and then 10% dearer, right? So you have to add 950, right?
Yeah. So 104.5, and then you get 10 off. So that's 94.5. So the cheapest is Nuts and Bolts.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
cheap as nuts and bolts, right? Let's see. Any
That
other
one
questions
has a
about
lot
this
of
one?
connections.
Yeah. This is one of those where you get the first premise wrong, everything's going to be wrong following it. So if let's say you priced Make It wrong, everything is going to be wrong, right?
I have a question.
Yeah.
In exam situations, like how would you manage to do this under like 90 seconds?
I could definitely do this under 90 seconds.
Would you just do the same steps for like you
This-
apply the same values? Is there any way we could like definitely eliminate a few answers?
Yes, I think so. You could eliminate like one answer, but again, this is one of those where you do need to try all of them, right? Because, for example, like between these two, right? Usually, let's say it said 5% dearer than Make It, and then 10% dearer than Make It. Well, then obviously I know that the plummet is going to be more expensive, right? But I'm comparing two different things. So this is one of those things on the TSA that does require you to really go through it. This is, I personally don't see how you could do this one without just walking it through. And the quicker you know percentages, so you know, how do you get 5% of 95? That's a good technique, right? So what is 5% of 95? Well, you could take 10% of 95. 10% of 95 is you move the decimal place to the left, so 9.5, and then you take half of 9.5, which is 4.75, right? Or you could do 95 times 5, which is 4,525, right? 475. That's another way to calculate it. So the faster you can do these calculations, the better. Obviously, you're not good at multiplying. This is going to take you a while. And also, I definitely remind you guys to don't ignore words on the TSA. If it says something like long run, it's there for a reason, right? It's not asking you, oh, only if you spend £100 and qualify for the voucher. It's assuming that because in the long run, you're going to be spending thousands of pounds. To be honest, you could have done this example with £1,000 spending and it would have kind of also made sense. But anyways, let's move on to 31.
Wait, just like to
yeah.
clarify one more time. So it says long run, so you can always like take off the voucher because you're going to be reaching that like requirement anyway.
Yes, yes, because we're kind of estimating a little bit. Let's say I spent £101, or in this case it was 99.75, right? Let's say I spent 100.25 pounds, or whatever it takes for me to qualify for the voucher, right? Like, does that make a big difference in the calculation of everything? No, it just makes the numbers harder to calculate, right? So, does that make sense? Like, just because we're 25p away from it doesn't significantly change the prices. If I spend 25p more at every other store just so that I could qualify for the nuts and bolts as part of this comparison, like that doesn't change much about the comparison of prices. The point is to compare prices. The point isn't to exactly hit 100 to qualify for the voucher. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But you do want the prices close to 100, because if you don't, like, if the prices are only 20 pounds, then obviously the rebate from Plummet or Trowel Trader will be significantly greater, right? And the question no longer makes sense. So 100 is still the right number. I'm just saying, if it doesn't hit 100 by a factor of 25p, you need to think about what that means, right? You need to think, well, would this question change significantly if I spent 101 pounds at every store instead of 100? And the answer is no, because if you increase by just that small amount, the answers are still going to be the same. Okay. Okay. 31 and 32. Let's do it. Let's finish strong. Who wants to go? Right, Abdullah, let's do it.
Yeah, so it's a underlying assumptions question. Calves farmed for veal are reared in extremely cruel conditions and have a short and miserable life. Other meats are available, such as lamb, and meat eaters who are concerned about cruelty to animals should avoid veal and consume one of the alternatives. What is the underlying assumption? Okay. Well, I haven't looked at the options yet, but would you say it assumes that the other animals don't live a short and miserable life?
Yeah, obviously, right? So this is easy. What's the answer?
So just looking through the options now.
I'll be honest with you, you're already taking too long. Like,
yeah, I'm just not sure.
Which one are you not sure in between? You already said the answer. You already said the answer. So what's so difficult about this? What are you stuck on? You got to talk to me.
Wait, is it E? Is it E?
E.
Oh no, I feel like I've messed it up. No, it's just
meat eaters who are concerned with cruelty to animals do not eat veal.
No, that's wrong.
That's what the. That's.
I'm sorry. It's C. I didn't read it properly.
It's C, right? Okay. All right.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay. Because E is what it's telling us. E is saying that meat eaters concerned with cruelty should not eat veal. That's not a conclusion. You can't possibly conclude that they do not eat veal when the argument is telling you you should not, right?
Yeah.
Because then the argument would be moot if we assume that they actually don't. So, okay.
Yeah.
Any questions about that one? Last question. Let's get Augustine. Let's do this one. All right.
$157 million. That's strings measuring 30 times 20 times 2 centimeters.
This is a fun one. Yeah.
This is a difficult one.
Anshul, your question? I can't hear you. You're muted.
In terms of starting the question, would you be able to form? So would you start off with finding out the original one and then use it to find out minus the bow, the extra string left over?
So there's no need to actually determine anything to begin with, if that makes sense. You don't need to this is one of those where you have to understand the question, and then you'll realize how little information you need for this question. Did you have something to say, Asfand or Diana?
Yeah, I think I've figured out how you do it.
Okay.
Because it doesn't matter what the other lengths are of the string, just that it was 24 centimeters left over and that it's 2 centimeters thick. So it's gonna be 12, right?
12.
24 divided by 2, no?
Oh, I see. I see.
Oh,
No,
no.
you got the wrong answer. That's not right.
I think I get it.
Yeah.
I think I got it.
Augustine, yeah. Just do it.
You would multiply you would need an extra 8 centimeters because you would add the extra parcel on top of each other. So that would be 24 divided by 8, which is
1, 2.
Which is, sorry, 3. So that would be 4 books together.
Right. So if you have 24 centimeters left over, right? And then every time, oh shit, what was that? All right. Every time you stacked another book on top, right? You need an extra 2, 2, 2, 2. So you see what I mean, Diana? You don't need 2 total. You need 2 per side for the ribbon. Because the ribbon gets longer by 2 centimeters on all sides for every book you stack. So for every book you stack, you need 8 centimeters more. So at 24, you can stack another, 16 plus 24 centimeters, right? So you can stack another, that's terrible. Okay, you can stack another 2 more books. And therefore, the total number of books you can have is 4. Okay, that's not spatial reasoning. This is the geometry question that you find on every test, the ones about the framing the picture or the poster or the garden or the bricks or the fencing for the pigs. This is not spatial reasoning. Does anyone have questions about this one?
Yeah, could you explain this one again?
Sure, no problem. So, and this is the last question. So I'm going to explain this somewhat briefly, but you'll understand it. So it gives you this information, right? We used 150 centimeters, and I'll tell you why this is irrelevant in a second, right? It doesn't matter how long the string was. The string could have been 1,000 centimeters. It doesn't matter, right? It's just saying that like we tied up this one book right here, right? We tied it up, we put the bow on it, and the amount left over was 24 centimeters, which means I could have made the parcel larger, right? If I have 24 centimeters left over, it means I might have been able to put a second book on top. So one book with all the tied stuff, but let's say I want to add another book on top. What we're asking is, if you put another book on top, how much more string would be needed? Because the bow would remain the same. Everything would remain the same. You just add to the height. And if you add 2 centimeters of height, because it tells you right here that the book is 2 centimeters tall, if you add 2 centimeters of height, then it means you use 8 centimeters of string, because the book has 4 sides and each side increases by 2 centimeters. So you need 2 centimeters more on this side, 2 centimeters, 2 centimeters, 2 centimeters. And that means we have minus 8 centimeters from the original amount left over, because we're tying everything the same way. We're just making the stack taller. For every time we make it taller, the stack becomes 2 centimeters taller, but the book has 4 sides, so it needs ribbon on all 4 sides, right? So we need to subtract 2, 2, 2, 2. So every time you add a book, it's minus 8, minus 8, minus 8. And by the time we stack the fourth book total, we're out of string. The 24 centimeter of string has been exhausted.
Got it, yeah.
Got it? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so quite good, actually. Good job. Well, we've been here for nearly 5 hours, shockingly. Does anybody have any, see, I was able to solve those questions. I was set back by the system of equations, but that just shows you that it doesn't matter how much practice you have with the TSA. I want to argue that I've had more practice on the TSA than anybody else alive, including the question writers, perhaps. But sometimes the questions will still stump you, and it's okay, because if the questions stump you, it's actually a good thing. With the earlier you realize that, the faster you move on to the other questions, and you know, just like the less time you waste doing something that you're just not going to solve. Yeah. Any final questions, guys? Or general questions about applications, colleges, how things work at Oxford?
For your interview, like how was the economics one? Because you applied for PPE, right?
Yeah, so economics can vary. And it depends if your college is going to combine it with another subject. So some colleges, I think Merton does like to do it separately. So one for P, one for P, one for E. And in that case, it would be more specialized. So for example, the interview question recently was about, it was about a social media platform and about how you have to pay people to use this social media platform in it. And it was discussing like some charts. It was discussing how if you reduce the incentive to use the platform, there would be less users, about finding equilibriums. But the tutors walked you through each and every step. And what you needed to do was continue to analyze and continue to proceed. So that's why it says it's extremely important for everyone to continue talking. There was no way I understood my interview questions at the beginning. But at the end, you're like, oh, wow, like, how did I not know that, right? At the end, it's so obvious. So again, it's really important to talk through it. If your interview is combined, let's say your E is combined with politics, then maybe one of the questions would be like a chart about political participation or an election. And they could ask you questions about the gradient, about the slope, about you know, what kind of trends you see, the averages, the regression line, things like that. You know what I mean? So economics doesn't always have something to do with sort of the economy, right? It could be dealing with numbers, charts, graphs, data, things like that.
So
Adam?
like just like
Yeah,
adding on to that, I guess, do you think it's more about like how you go about tackling the question? So even if you say like a couple things wrong throughout the interview, if you just listen to your tutor, it'll be fine.
There's nothing about the interview that requires prior knowledge. Really, like you don't have to know economics. And first term that you'll be there is about introduction to economics. So how, like, it's great if you've studied A-level economics, but you don't need it because you start over from the beginning again. It's great if you know it because then you just have an easier time in the classes, but it's not required. You're not even required, at least for PPE, you're not required to even know A-level maths, right? So a lot of this stuff will be new, and that's fine. Getting wrong answers is encouraged because that's an opportunity for you to show that you can receive new information. That's what all these interview sort of criteria tell you, right? It's like you're marked off how the student interpreted and accepted new information. So when the tutors are very subtly suggesting to you like, hey, have you considered this? Your job is to consider it. Your job is not to reject it. Your job is not to say, oh no, I'm not thinking about that. That doesn't align with my beliefs. You're supposed to think about new ways to consider information, accept the new information, because that's how tutorials are. Tutorials at Oxford, which are the best part about Oxford teaching. Like every week you get to meet with your tutors, usually 2-on-1, 3-on-1, sometimes even 1-on-1, depending on the circumstance. And they'll assign you homework. You bring the homework to the tutorial and then you tell them your answer. And then they'll tell you like, this is not right, but let me show you how you might think about this question. And then you need to get a new answer off of that, right? So it's about being wrong. If you're right, how the hell can they teach you, right? Like if you're right all the time, you already know the answers. You know, there's no point in teaching. So anyways, Emma?
It's not a question, it's just before I go, I wanted to say thank you so much for like the time you've put into this. I don't know about anyone else, but like my school hasn't really told us any of this or like how to go about the exams, and it's been quite difficult to find any sort of support online. And since I've been coming since the first workshop and my scores have been going right up and I feel so much more confident now. So I really do appreciate it.
Didn't you say you got 30 out of 32 on this recent paper?
I know, I was so happy with that. And the two mistakes I made were the stupidest things as well. So I couldn't have got that before coming to the workshop. So I was really happy with that.
That's really fantastic. And, you know, I think the other host couldn't be here. I'll pass on the message. But yeah, I mean, we started because not everybody at Oxford comes from a private school, right? Or from a school. I remember I was a little bit outraged back then, just a little bit, when I heard that some people had special people, like special Oxbridge admissions advisor at their school. And that actually exists. Like some schools, they send 30 people to Oxbridge every year, and they have special people that they hire to tell their students how to apply. And I don't know, instead of like complaining too much about that, I think what people should do is focus on finding ways to increase resources for everybody. And that's why we set out to do this. And, you know, obviously we're working through questions. I hope you guys have taken something out of it. I know sometimes watching other people solve the questions and then just realizing the answers isn't the best way to learn. But I think the way I've structured this, I really wanted us to discuss why something was wrong. And we've really kind of brought the answers together. So after, we've been doing like a good 15 hours of workshops combined, I think.
Yeah,
so,
I think it's been even more than that, to be fair, because we some of them are 3-4 hours. Like today was almost 5, and it's just it's so kind of you for putting those hours in for nothing. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure I speak for everyone on here in saying that if I do go on to get an offer and you're running something similar next year, I would absolutely love to help out and say how much it's helped me.
Absolutely. I hope to keep this going. Obviously, thank you for your very diplomatic remarks. I obviously I want this to be a permanent resource. And recently I've been seeing the view count on the YouTube videos go like this, because everybody prepares last minute, right? So the more that people can understand that this is something that we prepare for in advance. And by the way, I actually, I'm not the biggest proponent of standardized testing. I think standardized testing sometimes reduces people down. That makes sense. Like everyone here is worth more than a TSA score. Just remember that. But you also have to take into account the environment you're in, right? You guys are all the top of the top. How can you further differentiate people at that point? At that point, unfortunately, it's about testing. It's about assessment. It's about numerical values, because there's just too many talented people to assess at that point. So yeah, and I'm looking forward to having all of you guys at Oxford. Statistically, it's not going to happen, but and I really don't think you guys should be disappointed. I mean, having the balls to just go through this process in the first time, in the first place, it is really, really like, and that's actually what sucks about it, because you go through all the effort. A lot of you will go on to interview, and then you might, after months and months of preparation and waiting, you get rejected, and it could very much bum you out. But I hope you guys have taken something out of the process regardless. Yeah, Diana, and then Adam.
Yeah, like Emma, I don't have much of a question, but I just wanted to say thank you. And especially as an international student, like I had to coach my econ teacher who's writing me a reference on how to write a reference letter. And she kept trying to convince me that she should give me lower marks than I might get in my final exams, because then they might lower my offer. And I was like, that's not how it works. Please, I'll get eliminated. They're gonna boot me out of yeah.
No. You want the highest possible, and Oxford is known for giving very low offers. Yeah. So other places are like A star, A or something, right? And Cambridge is requiring super high marks, but really, like, you want to be predicted high, and the achievement later is actually relatively low, because you've gone through the whole process. You've been interviewed. So I've actually heard offers of AAA. That's pretty standard at Oxford. And then for the IB, I think they peg it at like 38 or something. Like it's not about, at that point, it's not about achievement. At that point, it's just showing that you're not incapable, if that makes sense. Yeah. Adam?
Yeah, I'd like to say a big thank you as well. I'd one question though. After the 90 minutes for the section 1, does it force you to then spend 30 minutes on section 2?
Immediately.
Or is it 2 hours to complete both?
No, it's one after the other. You can't jump between the essay. You can't do the essay first. Once you've finished section 1, again, check the online test, right? That software is the exact same software. Yeah. Like, you know how at the beginning it says enter like A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4 as your code. On the test day, you'll enter your actual code and it will lead you to the actual test. So you can see you had to finish section 1 to get to section 2. It is not a combined time. So just by finishing your test early, you're not going to get extra essay time and vice versa. So yeah, because if that were the case, oh man, that would be funny. If that were the case, everyone would give themselves so much extra time for the essay. I mean, for the multiple choice. Augustine?
Yeah, so like everyone, thank you. I mean, I just joined on this last session, but I've been watching the replays and everything, and well, everything you've done and with all the other PPEists and other people doing this is amazing. But I had one more question.
Please.
It's about A-level grades or equivalent.
Yeah.
Final examination grade.
Right.
Are the grades that Oxford asked you to meet for your predicted average sort of like a threshold you have to pass, or like a level you have to pass, or is it the case where the higher the better for your grades? I don't know if you see what I mean.
You mean
For example,
after you receive an offer?
No, for example, let's say Oxford asked me to get 16 out of 20 because that's the grading for the French A-level thing. So 16 out of 20 they asked me to get. Will they automatically consider everyone that has 16 out of 20 or above, or will they narrow it down with the ones who have better A-level marks than others?
I see what you mean.
Better
so you're saying like,
is it enough to just meet the requirement, or do we have to exceed it to actually make a difference?
For the application side of it, so pre-offer, so pre-January, when you're at the interview, let's say there's 2 applicants in the exact same position, and one person has a higher back score than the other person, that person would have the advantage. And it's the same for all numerical scores. You know, if you have 3 A stars versus someone who has 2 A stars, if you have a higher SAT than the other person, if you have a higher GPA than the other person, then it's not about the threshold, because there are thresholds and those are the minimum requirements. They are not the sort of, once you meet the threshold, it doesn't matter. Like, it's not a binary value. It's not met threshold or not. It is for the sake of like shortlisting. Like, you're not going to be invited to interview if you don't hit the threshold. For example, in America, you need like, I think it's 3 AP tests and you need a 32 out of 36 on the ACT. Obviously, like hitting 32 means that you qualify potentially for an interview, but you could easily be beaten by someone who gets a 36 and scores the same in all other things. But I want everyone to remember that it's really not just about the numerical scores. There's so much data that Oxford uses. You have your reference, you have your interview. The interview arguably matters more than your grades. You know, the interview is really important. It's really, 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 really important. And there's the teacher recommendation to the reference. So yeah, don't just worry about your numerical scores.
What did you get on the ACT, if you don't mind me asking?
I got,
you did it since you're...
Yeah, I got 35 out of 36 on my ACT.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're actually crazy. Like 50 out of 50 on the TSA is already like insane.
Yeah, that might have been a fluke, but yeah. ACT, I found myself better at the ACT than the SAT. I actually never studied for the ACT, so I just signed up for the exam one day and I took it the next day, and I never studied for it. I'm just good at test taking. That's just, to be honest with you. You know, I might not be good at writing essays or whatever, but I'm good at test taking because growing up in America, everything was about test taking. Like, I can sometimes read a question and just based on the way the answers are written, I can tell you like within 50% certainty, with 50% certainty, which answer is which. You know what I mean? Like, based on sort of the ways the answers are written. You might not understand this, but American students get it a lot. Zara?
No, I just really wanted to say thank you again, because like my school doesn't really offer anything related to Oxbridge. Since I'm in Spain and all that, like they don't really have much support on that. And I actually have to do the TSA in Gibraltar. But yeah,
Really? That's
yeah,
so cool. Yeah. I've
that's
been to
cool.
Gibraltar actually. It's have you been to Gibraltar?
Yeah, I have been, because like it always reminds me of home back in England. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh,
but,
Gibraltar has, for those of you who don't know, I think the most notable thing is the airport. Um, they close the runways for them, and then you enter Gibraltar by driving across a bunch of airport runways, because the airport is like the border between Spain and Gibraltar, and it's such a unique place. I actually flew 2.5 hours to take my TSA because in California they had canceled a bunch of different things. But anyways, yeah, you'll do just fine. You guys have put in so much work and effort, and just remember, like, chances are the people next to you have not participated in these workshops, and you guys are at a huge advantage already, right? Like when other people are reading like what's the best conclusion, they have no idea how to even approach the question. Does that make sense? So you guys are way ahead already. If anything, let that be sort of a source of confidence for you when going in, because it's not bad to be confident in an exam, especially when you are very much competing with the people next to you. This is not a the way that this exam is marked is based on what everyone else gets. Yeah, and really, like, I hope to see you guys again, obviously after well, in America it's Thanksgiving week, so last week of November. But you know, I'm very much looking forward to helping you guys interview prep, which is again a big component of your application. Gian?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you. And my question to you is basically, for example, someone just misses out the cutoff marks. Say suppose he gets 46, sorry, 44 or 43, and does better in the essay question. Will he be offered like a place for interview?
Okay, so getting 43 out of 50 on the exam. I know in my email I kind of told you guys like that was, well, what did I say? I think I said 75%.
45 to 50, yeah.
75%. Yeah. The essay is not going to compensate for much based on what I've read. And if you look at the publicly available shortlisting criteria, so the criteria needed to get an interview, the main criteria is the TSA score. And it does not say section 2 score, it says section 1 score. And again, because the section 2 essay is individually marked by college, how can you use that to shortlist college-wide? Does that make sense? Like if college A, let's say Trinity College, is marking, you know, there were some colleges that only gave 3 scores, like 80, 70, 60, and nothing else. They were just saying this is good, this is average, this is bad. And then other colleges marked, like I said before, like a bunch of values in between. If it's not marked consistently, you can't use it to shortlist. So essay is not a place to sort of show off. Where you want to show off is the section 1 question, the multiple choice. If you're a UK student, you also benefit from more contextual information. So if you get a slightly lower score on the TSA, before you get rejected, they will sort of take a look at your school. For example, let's say you were a top performer at your school, but you might have not done well at the TSA, or you have really good grades. Let's say like your test scores are all really high and you got A star, A star, A star. That's another reason why they would still shortlist you. Also, if on the day of the exam, there's something that goes wrong, you want to immediately contact Oxford. I'm serious about that. Like a fire alarm goes off. It was way too noisy. People were coughing the whole time. Your computer turned off. The internet was, you know, like you missed 5 minutes because of the internet or something, right? Technical difficulties. You contact your college and you tell them, you say, hey, I'm sorry I just had to tell you this, but you know, I ran into an issue and I hope you'll understand that, you know, when taking the exam. So the colleges will give you concessions. Raisha?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I definitely really want to thank you even for the personal statement. I think it was a huge help to have that sort of guidance through it. And as Diana said, as an international student, especially. But my question was firstly, like, you know, considering your high scores and stuff, even on ACT, why did you choose to apply to Oxford rather than, say, top universities in America?
So I had applied to universities in America, but I think people, you're going to be paying a lot for your education at Oxford, and all international people, it's inevitable. You're going to be paying 20 to 25,000 pounds a year. Still cheaper than America.
Damn you, Brexit.
Yeah, right. You want to get the maximum value. The first biggest attraction is Oxford's global reputation, right? Like just the fact that this is the #1 university in the world. If you always look at the US rankings, yeah, you'll see Stanford, Harvard, MIT, but if you look at the global rankings, who's on top? It's Oxford all the time, right? Consistently, repeatedly, and it's a name that carries so much weight everywhere. Another reason is because